This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time, we respectfully request that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put in the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone during the meeting is not permitted. Public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person present may present live comments by attending the Casey Wright Administrative Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a face covering for their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own mask and must remain at least 6 feet from other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding notice agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, Supervisor, Official School Board Records at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address pursuant to School Board Policy 1100A, and in the event a large group of individuals, more than 20, sign up to speak on one agenda item, the board chair has the authority to adjust the time limit for each speaker and/or limit the overall time speakers will be heard on that item. The chair has limited the overall time for speakers on the agenda to 30 minutes. At this time, we will have a moment of silence that's been requested by Ms. Rupert, followed by a moment of silence that's been requested by Ms. Leonardi, and then I will come back with a special presentation. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me? Is it on? You may have known him as Joe, Uncle Joe, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commissioner. For those of us who knew him, he was larger than life. Former Mayor Joseph Varsalone from the city of Margate passed away on February 8th, 2021. He was 88 years old, a former veteran, and he gave selflessly of his time and talents for our local communities for more than 28 years. May you rest in peace. Thank you.
Tragically, Nolan Foles, a kindergarten student at Oakland Park Elementary, passed away this weekend. I ask for a moment of silence and that you lift Nolan's family and friends up in prayer. Thank you. I'm also asking for a moment of silence for a member of the Croissant Park Elementary family who passed away, Pamela Coates. Pamela was an incredible cafeteria worker who uplifted the spirits of the Croissant Park students every day. I ask you that you pray for Pamela's family and friends during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now at this time, I will have a special presentation. At this time, I'm going to ask that you focus your attention on the monitors. This past week was the 3rd year anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedy that happened on February 14, 2018. It was a time in this district that we commemorated the lives of the 17 individuals that we lost, the 14 students, and the 3 brave adults. I didn't want this moment to just pass by. Many of us were out in the schools, out in communities doing different activities, but I wanted to share with the community and the public some of the things that happened on that day, and just to remind us, as we grieve the loss of loved ones, we deal with the violence and the evil and wickedness of the time that we find ourselves living. Love and kindness always gets us through. Love is a universal cord that's stronger than any other cord. It's a cord that binds us together and gives us hope, strength, and courage that we could never even imagine. Collectively, we love each other through acts of kindness and good deeds. It is healing for our souls. It is mending for our hearts. It's strength for our minds. It gives us that extraordinary stamina to continue to move forward in spite of the pains, the trials, and tribulations that we often endure. So if you would take a moment and join me as we watch the day of love and kindness that took place throughout Broward County School District on this past Friday.
Today, our entire Broward County Public Schools family is observing a day of service and love.
We recognize and offer our continued heartfelt sympathies, wishes to all the families who have lost loved ones or were injured on February 14, 2018.
Alyssa Aladeff, Scott Beagle, Martin Duque Aquino, Nicholas Dorette, Aaron Feist, Jamie Guttenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Kara Lugran, Gina Montalto, Joaquin Oliver, Eliana Petty, Meadow Pollock, Alina Ramsey, Alex Schachter, Carmen Centra, and Peter Wang.
You gotta grab a candy and you have to grab a card from this.
Do we have any more string?
It's better if you grab a...
I'm so excited that our students are serving. What's going on is that our children are putting their hearts into each one of these cards in commemoration of the greatest tragedy that has happened in Broward County schools, in commemoration of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on February 14, 2018. Our students are honoring those whose lives were lost and forever impacted by creating cards to serve and to also demonstrate love. And what we've shown all of our children is that it takes courage to actually demonstrate service and love. So who better to honor, who better to recognize than our frontline healthcare workers at Joe DiMaggio Hospital?
It's showing them that we're not all talk, that we actually do appreciate them, and that what they do helps the world more than they know.
Thank you so much, everybody. Oh my gosh, they're going to be so touched and so moved that these kids thought of them. The fact that they're thinking about them while they're working so hard in the community. These kids have struggled during the pandemic to not be in school and to be back in school. For them to automatically think of our nurses and our doctors just means so much. They'll be so thrilled.
Everyone now at this time, please join me in a moment of silence for our fallen angels at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on February 14th. May we always remember that love wins.
We are taking the time to demonstrate love and service. You know, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedy took place. Enough of good people realize that while it was tragic and horrific, they turned it into a positive. So here at Pines Middle School, we're taking an opportunity to show our love and commemoration for those 17 victims, but also to become 17 inspirations of life for all of us.
I want you to repeat that after me, if you would. Forgiveness, compassion, and kindness.
What we try to do here at Pines Middle School is to make sure everything that occurred in real life situations, that we make those teachable moments. So this is a teachable moment for all of our students.
We do different service projects around campus as far as beautification, some things that kind of help spread the idea of love and kindness throughout our school, and helping the students and staff participate in various activities as far as like just kindness, and we're doing kindness stores, we're doing some a kindness rock project, and then also just general beautification.
I think it's an opportunity for us to get together and show what our school means to us and that we're a close community.
For me, it's all about just teaching the students how to have those qualities and to spread them and to understand the value of them. Our students are great. They're amazing kids. They really have a lot of love and passion for each other in our school, and it's really cool to see how they really take ownership of things and value it and see the hard work that they put in and take pride in it. So
I ask this community to remain steadfast. Together, we've proven that we can overcome anything. Let's continue to pray for those families that lost loved ones on that day and those families that have lost loved ones since that time.
Today is a service and love to commemorate the tragedy of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So we found it fitting to unveil this mural today because it represents love for everyone, regardless of their race, religion, disability, whatever it may be. So we want to remind our students that even though we're celebrating it today, this is constantly a reminder that we must show love to everyone in our community.
My inspiration for this piece was through a quote I stumbled across by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that stuck with me. As you may know, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that.
I think it's very good for all of us to come together because everyone was affected by it, no matter what school you went to. It was just very changing for us as a county altogether. And I'm hoping I can move some of them and represent strength for them and their school. It's good to take a moment to come together as a community to show love past the hatred that happened at Stoneman Douglas.
Today's day of service and love is important for us to embrace and live, not just for one day, but for every day. It is through love, tolerance, forgiveness, and service to others that we will combat the destructive forces of hate, anger, and evil.
And as we pause today again, I'm going to ask that you keep these families that have lost loved ones, Ms. Hickson, Ms. Aladaff, in your prayers and in your heart forever. Thank you. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we're reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the following meetings. August 4th, 2020, special school board meeting. August 11th, 2020, special school board meeting. August 19th, 2020, regular school board meeting. August 25th, 2020, special school board meeting. September 1st, 2020, school board operational meeting. September 1st, 2020, special district educational facilities plan meeting. September 8th, 2020, special school board meeting. And January 20th, special exposure meeting. It's been moved by Ms. Rupert and second by Ms. Korn. Ms. Aladaff.
Why are we just approving these minutes now from 2020? Like, it seems like we should have been doing it in past meetings.
Good morning, Jeff Moakland, Chief of Staff. So through the transition to the new system and also some of the issues relative to the pandemic, we fell behind in the minutes, and so I've already addressed that with the supervisor, and we've got a process to try to become current as we approve some of the more current ones, but then also catch up on the ones from the past. So we're working on it.
So after today will be, it will be current and up to date?
No, but we should get them current in the next 30 days.
Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, no, we have a few changes here. I do also want to say that until those minutes are prepared, our meetings are televised, they're recorded, so anyone can actually go and watch them to get any details that they would like. So we have the following proposed changes to this February 17th agenda. For the minutes, we are adding the September 1st, 2020 School Board Operational Meeting, the September 1st, 2020 Special District Education Facilities Plan, and the September 8th Special School Board Meeting. We're also adding 5 additional speakers today: Kimberly Mahorn, Desiree Grooms, Tyrone Carter, Brenda Lester, and Natalie Lynch-Walsh. For items H3, personnel for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 year, that's a revised item. K5, easement agreement with the City of Plantation, revised. 0021, RFP roofing services, added. 0022, building code supplemental services, staff needs to take some more time with that one, so that one's withdrawn. And LL1, 2021 state legislative platform is added. Madam Chair, those are all of the proposed changes to the agenda.
Mr. Moakman.
Yeah, I just want to note for the record as well that we had one additional speaker added this morning. Mr. Rob Velez was added as well.
Say the name again.
Rob Velez, V-E-L-E-Z.
Thank you. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for the said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Allardyce.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. At the last workshop, we were told that an emergency policy regarding quorums for committees would be coming to this meeting today on the agenda. Yesterday, Barbara Myrick sent the board a memo based on the Attorney General's opinion that she received. And I wanted to ask if this could be added to the agenda today, because we're, as a board, not going to have the opportunity to discuss the opinion that came forth from us, and that is my ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we would be adding if we added something.
Yeah, I don't know what agenda item could be added. I could not give the administration approval to add an agenda item that I did not feel legally sufficient. And that's part of what we do in our office. So I don't know what item could come before the board. Certainly we can, at the end of the board meeting or at some point, discuss the Attorney General's opinion, or discuss it at a workshop coming up, whatever the chair would like.
Okay. Ms. Good, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
We can discuss it at the end of the meeting. I think that based on the opinion from council, what I don't believe was considered was, I think the opinion's the virtual attendance, correct? Based on allowing committees to meet virtually?
In brief, what the Attorney General said is that committees have to adhere to the same standards that are in statute for the school board. And that specific statute says that a quorum is 50%, a majority, it says a majority of the members, I can pull it out and read it directly, a majority of the members, and a majority of the members must be physically present. And the Attorney General in previous Attorney General opinions have stated being present means being physically present.
Correct.
So that's why when some of you are absent or sick or whatever, you participate from home or wherever, but there is a physical presence of a majority of the board here. And so what the Attorney General's opinion said is because of the advisory committees are part of the organization of the board, right, they must adhere to that. So there's not a way that I know. The reason why it only came yesterday is I spent 2 days over the weekend consulting with the people from Palm Beach, consulting with my staff. Was there any way around this? And we have determined there isn't.
So I do have a question.
Okay.
And so I understand and I respect that opinion. So, but I also thought that we do have the ability to change what constitutes a quorum. Do we
You
not?
do have that ability, but yes, you do. And, well, no, you don't, because the statute says a quorum is a majority of the members. And it's the same section of the statute. Let me pull it out.
No, I just wanted to get clarification. So
I do not believe, in my memo from last night said, I do not believe that you have the authority to change the number of the quorum.
So that was just all that I wanted to ask, if council could have that opportunity to research the issue of what's established as a quorum, and do we have the ability as a board to do an emergency policy on that point? And that was all I wanted to share.
So do you feel that you've gotten your answer today, Ms. Good?
No, I believe that Ms. Myrick would need
No,
to.
I think I have researched it enough.
Okay.
I believe that and I'd like to just get this specific statute so I can. The statute that the Attorney General depended on in their opinion that there has to be a quorum physically present is 1001.372 paren 4. And in that same paragraph, it defines what a quorum is.
Oh, it does. Okay.
And in that it says a quorum, a majority shall constitute a quorum of any meeting of the district school board. And because of the Attorney General's opinion that Florida Statute 1000.43 paren 10, which talks about the board and its organizations, including committees, the opinion states that the committees have to adhere to the same statutes that the board has to adhere to.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Ms. Aladaff. Are there any other questions? Any other discussion?
Well, I still hope that we could bring this forward to at least the workshop to discuss it. Our committee members are volunteers, and yeah, I believe that we owe it to them to have a more robust conversation with all the school board members having the opportunity to weigh in.
Okay. And I appreciate those comments. I would be just interested with legal, because from what I'm hearing, the statute dictates how those things function. Is that correct? So I don't know if we have any authority to change anything because of the statute. Am I hearing that correct?
That is what I'm saying, and the Attorney General's opinion made the comment regarding the only way that can happen, even though we are still under a state of an emergency, is through legislative, judicial, or if the governor suspended the statute, which he did previously. He has not done again. So we do not have the authority. I do not believe you have the authority to change even under home rule authority, because that's what, they didn't answer the question directly in Palm Beach County, but they did, as my memo to you said, I think by referring them to our legal opinion or Attorney General opinion that we got, they referred Palm Beach County to our opinion. It clearly states the only way that can happen is through legislative or judicial change. I wish I could say to you, Madam Chair, that there was a way I could do this. That's why it took me 5 days to continue to research this issue. I know we have volunteers, and I know that it's been great that more people have participated doing it remotely and how people don't want to come in. But I don't see a way for you legally to be able to do that.
Okay. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I would agree with bringing it to have a conversation.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, and I want to lead and provide the board. I guess what I'm trying to understand from you and Ms. Allardyce, what would the conversation be? From what I'm getting from the statute, it's nothing that we could do. So I'm just trying to understand so staff can be prepared, so I can be prepared as a board member. But what would the conversation be? We've expressed our interest in having this looked at to make these provisions for our volunteers if possible. We've gotten a legal opinion that came back and said, we don't have a line of authority. I guess our discussion could be to petition the governor to relax the statute, because it seems to be within the governor's domain from what I'm understanding from Ms. Myrick. So is that what you're asking with the discussion? Go ahead, Ms.
I'm not going to speak for Ms. Alhadeff, but for me, it was to see if we had any outside-the-box ideas that we could be able to utilize, such as a letter to the governor and or other ways to communicate that to the people who have the ability to make that change.
Okay, Ms. Good, you had your hand up. Yeah.
I was going to, we keep hearing home rule. The county has been able to lax that issuance or whatever somehow. So I also would like to just see, I would like to explore to see what we can do and not just say, okay, because it seems like it's possible in other places.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I learned early on the school board, Ms. Hickson. When you look at the different governing bodies, they all do what they want to do, and they put us in a box. We've had a series of county commission resolutions come forth dictating that the school board do this and do that. There's a bill in Tallahassee right now with restrictions for school boards that they don't apply by. So we continue to be the body that everybody else wants to govern and set parameters for us to operate, and it is frustrating. Ms. Good.
So to Ms. Hickson's point, I think that some of the frustration is that individuals within the community that serve on our advisories see what other municipalities and county government has done. And I certainly want to follow whatever legal boundaries we have to follow. But I think what gets a little bit complicated is understanding those differences of execution in various government entities. And so if there is a simple reasoning as to why that's allowed within a municipality, they're governed differently. I understand many formulated an ordinance that dictated how their meetings would be run. So maybe they're under a different type of home rule than we are. I don't understand all the legal specifics, but I think it would be helpful if we understood as a board the differences with these various government entities and how they were able to, and if it just means that their council gave them different guidance than ours does, I will definitely adhere to an attorney general opinion and will not sway from that. At the same time, it's frustrating because I too have volunteers that, you know, again, these are individuals that are not paid and they're giving of their time to serve on our committees. And so I concur with my colleagues, and I hope, you know, the entire board pretty much, you know, really understands and has compassion for these individuals. So if it means then at least sending a letter to the governor to afford us that opportunity, then I think that should be what we do. We have to stay within the legal parameters, and I don't think having a board workshop to go away from the legal parameters is where I want to be. But I think the discussions come up. I appreciate my colleague bringing it up. I know that we discussed it at a workshop, and I was supportive of it. But I have to adhere to council's guidance. And so, Madam Chair, if you're okay and the majority of us are okay with that, I would ask that a letter be sent to the governor from you and Mr. Runcie requesting the ability to allow our volunteers who serve graciously on all our committees to be able to virtually attend these meetings.
Okay. I see you, Ms. Aldap. Hold a moment. So, Ms. Myrick, this item is not on the agenda. So what I need now is directions on what is my process from getting consensus to send a letter.
I think you need to look at the shaking of the heads to get consensus, that you don't have vote, but that you get a shaking of the heads to get consensus.
So are we in consensus with sending the letter, or is there more discussion? So we are in consensus of sending the letter, and there's more discussion. Ms. Alladar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Good, for bringing that up. I support that. And I just wanted to say, though, I think as we move forward in the next 3 months, that it should be very clear to our committees and SACs and SAFs that their recommendations, whether they might not be able to vote officially on it, we still value their input and feedback. So that process of us getting that information from the committees, I think, needs to be very clear, and that we are still taking what they say into consideration as we vote on different items.
Thank you. Okay. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify consent items, single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider H3, followed by any other H items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the H items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public submitted written comments for any items which have not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration then will be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? And we know that H3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other H items a board member would like to discuss? Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. H4, please. That's it.
Ms. Levinson.
H4, please.
Ms. Good.
Same.
Okay. Any C items? Any E items? Any F items? Ms. Good.
F1.
Any K items? Ms. Hickson.
K1.
A1.
Yeah, Ms. Hickson said K1. Any other K items? Any O items? Ms. Alladap?
05.
Any other O items? Ms. Good?
I'm sorry, K5.
K5. Any S items? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Through the chair, Ms. Korn, did you have your hand raised?
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
It looked like you were half up there. Okay.
I looked at the wrong one on my page.
Thank you.
At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items
Wait,
that have...
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I apologize. Someone came in the room and raised their hand.
Which agenda item would you like to speak to? Would you like pulled from the consent agenda?
And I'm looking for the agenda item. It's 007.
Okay. We will mark that. We're not to the double letter items yet, but we will certainly make note of that, sir.
Thank you.
It's an open item, so you don't have to pull it, but we made note of that. Thank you. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. At this time, will board members please identify the open items they will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Anyone on BB1? CC items? DD items? Ms. Korn and Ms. Alladap. Ms. Korn?
DD3, please.
DD3. Ms. Alladap?
DD3.
Anyone else for DD items? Okay. JJ items? KK items? Ms. Hickson?
I think it's the new one, KK 21. The wrong place. Oh, I'm sorry, not K.
Anyone for K items? I have to say, Ms. Hickson got a whole section I didn't get. Any LL items? Any double O items? Ms. Alladap?
007, 0021.
Ms. Hickson, is that your 21?
I also, 007 as well, and 0021.
Ms. Murray?
007.
Ms. Korn?
002 and 0010.
Ms. Leonardi?
0017.
Any other OO items?
Oh, excuse me.
Yes,
I gave
Ms.
you the
Murray.
wrong number. Did I say 007?
Yes, you did.
Oh, correction, it's 0010. I had a
Okay.
note on, so.
Ms. Rupert?
I'm sorry, 0022? Or is that the one that we withdrew? Okay, never mind, I'll hold it for the next time. Thank you.
0022, Ms. Rupert?
It's been withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay. Any PP items? Ms. Korn?
PP2, please.
That was PP2, Ms. Corn?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Good?
Same.
Any double R items? Ms. Good?
RR1.
Anyone else for R1? As we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, the public will have the opportunity to speak to items. I'm asked to remind the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider item H3.
Dr. Osgood, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Through the chair, can I just ask for a point of information? On the items with all the backup that we have, there was a lot of additional information that was provided. I wanted to make sure that's uploaded because we brought those answers publicly at the last workshop, and we have the information, but instead of me asking to have that stated publicly, I'm hoping it can be backup posted online. Otherwise, I feel as if those questions are just out there and they're not answered for the public, so.
I'm sorry if I missed it, Ms. Corn. Which item are we speaking to?
All of the items that there were questions asked, that we got responses. So most of my questions were answered, but instead of going back into this public setting, re-asking them, and have them restated, I just wanted to make sure they would be posted with the items.
Mr. Mokman, and I think that's the intent of the agenda planning session. Mr. Mokman?
Yeah, I just want to, for the board's information and for the public's information, that all of the questions that were answered as a result of the agenda planning session we had last week have in fact been posted online. So when you go into the agenda, you'll see the last exhibit of all the applicable items will say, APS staff response number 22, number 3. So they've been added to, and so the public does have access to all of those staff responses as well.
Thank you, Ms. Corn, and thank you, Mr. Mokman. All in favor of H3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So now we would like to take the opportunity to recognize the new staff appointment.
Wait, when
Ms. Rupert?
When does the board get to ask questions or comments on H3?
Okay, I apologize. I moved the item and we voted for it, and I did not do discussion. Ms. Mark, how do I bring H3 back?
I think everybody was on the prevailing side, so just ask somebody to make a motion to bring it back to the floor.
So if you can bring back H3 to the floor, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we bring H3 back to the floor. Is there any discussion from the public on H3? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. When I was looking at the item, I noticed under the primary goal and the metrics that we had a baseline for safe and supportive environment, which was 20, and I'm assuming that 20 is 20%. Is that correct?
On H3?
I'm looking
Could
at
you tell us what page you're on?
It's on the very first page, where they have the metrics, like in the middle, where it says strategic alignment, so how it actually is aligned to our strategic plan.
And your question again, Ms. Rupert?
It's safe and supportive environment. We have a level, so it's at the district level. Baseline, there's a number 20. So I'm assuming it's 20%, but I don't know. But I also was going to ask about operational efficiency. 2024, there is no target for that. So an explanation if we have that.
And I apologize. I see where they have about the strategic plan, the metrics. I'm not seeing the 20. Okay, say baseline, so
Yes.
it's 20, and what you're saying is they didn't put the percent sign.
No, I'm asking, is it meant to be 20%? Is that the answer?
So you're asking if what they're saying that this item represents under safety and supportive environment, a 20% baseline?
Yes. And then there is no operational efficiency attached to it. It says NA. And I've noticed that with a couple of the other items as well, where we actually have the target. So I really wanted to understand. The 20 caught my attention, and then when I looked and said NA for the 2024 target, which would include our strategic plan, obviously the 2024.
Then the bottom metrics where it says metrics, baseline, and target all say NA, NA, NA.
Yes.
So if we could, staff, if you can come and explain the primary goals and metrics section of the sheet for us, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Superintendent Runcie, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I was actually trying to track where you were on the item. But generally speaking, we have primary metrics. Let me pull, I was trying to pull the item up.
It's on the front of H3. It's on the cover page that you guys kind of give us a summary. It's on that cover page under strategic alignment, right on the front of the item, on the pink copy of the item.
Give me 1 second to pull it up. Thank you. My apologies. Thank you for your patience.
No, take your time.
I'm enjoying the quiet.
Then you can start. I'll take a look at it.
Good morning, Jeff Moquin. So the first thing, let me just say that I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because that's exactly what the new agenda request form is supposed to do, is supposed to create linkages between the strategic plan and items. And so for this particular one, under safe and supportive environment, there is a general district-wide KPI that's linked to the Council of Great City Schools. And so staff believes that as it relates to the hiring of non-instructional, we have specific metrics that are related to the retention of teachers. So when you look at like the H1 items, that's what's usually chosen as the strategic alignment. But as it relates to non-instructional staff members for H3, it's really identifying a coordinating metric out of the Council of Great City Schools benchmarks. And so that's why that item is chosen.
I get that, but I just pulled H1. I know it already passed, but just because you brought that up. And I can see there that safe and supportive environment, and this is for our instructional, it's at 56%, still low. But what are we telling our non-instructional people? That their baseline is 20%?
Yeah, that percentage is more of an aggregate of all of the KPI metrics. And so I think what we need to do is I'll work with the SIM team and Mr. Woods to try to identify what the specific benchmark is and update update moving forward what we're identifying as the alignment. So the 20% isn't like we're trying to keep 20% of our staff. It's related to an overall number of KPIs that are in the top quartile, I believe, or in the top 2 quartiles. And so it's not a specific metric that aligns to people per se.
Yeah, and if I can add to that,
Safe
when we
and
talk about,
supportive?
in the strat plan, when we talk about primaries, it is captured at an aggregate level. So we look across all of the KPIs in that section, and we look at it from an aggregate net level. So it's not identified as a specific Council of Greater City Schools benchmark for a specific item. In the strat plan, we have it at the aggregate level, and then we track it independently in the appendices of the strat plan.
Right, yeah, no. That is not good enough, and it's not good enough that you keep saying that it's the aggregate. I get that, but this is our new system. It's really supposed to be super aligned with everything. And if I'm a non-instructional person, and every board member on this board has certainly stood up time and time again with all our employees including our non-instructional, having an aggregate 20 or any other way that you want to put it as a percent is dismal. So I would like Mr. Runcie, through the chair, go through those KPIs. Tell us what the aggregate aspect of that is. But if this is the strategic alignment for employee retention and recruitment, and so is H1, and we're able to have a baseline of in the 50s for instructional and a 66% for 2024 for teacher retention, okay? We don't have operational efficiency target for safe and supportive environment for our non-instructional. I need to know that we have that, and I need to know where that is, how that is put together here, because it's not clear. And if I read it this way, I'm sure other people read it this way, because this is new. That's why I asked the question. I thought it couldn't be 20. So I will need that, and I'm actually kind of stunned just sitting here with that.
So through the chair, if I may make a request, if we can capture your request, I want to make sure that we document it and capture it correctly. Then we can go and provide the direct response to the question as you're indicating it, and we can take a look at the details around the primary and secondary metrics that are associated with these and be able to explain it at that level. I'm still struggling a little bit with connecting some of the dots, and I want to make sure that we get your requests captured clearly so that we can respond to it.
And I do appreciate that. And when I'm looking at the H1 versus the H3, which is what we're discussing, and my stupid glasses are fogging up, makes me nuts. Is the implementation of this item has a direct impact on the 2024 strategic plan? Yes, which is the same as H1. Yes, of course it is. These are our employees. And then the district total is 20, and we don't have the operational efficiency. So that's something that if that got if that got missed when we did the strategic plan, or if you haven't kind of morphed it together, that needs to be done, because these are our people.
Right, so again, I just want, we're at where we're at, right? So the current version of the strategic plan within safe and supportive environments has a primary metric for the percent of teachers retained in employment with BCPS 5 years after hire date. There is not a commiserate primary metric for non-instructional employees. There is a primary metric as it relates to operational efficiencies of the district as a whole, which is sort of in aggregate various performance measures within the Council of Great City Schools. So we can go back and look to establish a primary metric that is specific to non-instructional staff. But right now, the strategic plan has teachers.
Okay. One of the reasons that I had asked for non-instructional to be broken down like we do our instructional, I want to know how many non-instructional we have. It's the same form that you guys used to do. It was exactly the same with instructional and then non-instructional. We can see who's retired, who has gone on leave, and you know what I'm talking about, right? The little data thing that you give me, you compared this year to last year. And I'm not going to say a number out loud, but that's what it says. And that would seem to me that if we're tracking that, it was important enough to track for that information. I would say that it's important enough to have in here as part of our strategic plan.
So my takeaway is, Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. You're speaking specifically to the year-over-year data associated retirees, recruitment, hiring, that you want to be incorporated into the strategic plan?
Is it part of? Yeah. What?
That's a strategic plan is a different. If you're asking for a backup document to come with this, then we need to instruct staff to continue to provide that sheet the backup document that says who's retiring. That goes with the item. The strategic plan is a higher level, and if we, because the strategic plan is the board's strategic plan, if we miss something that we need to add, we certainly want to capture Ms. Rupert's comment and have it go back and come back to the board that we can add it. And as we go throughout this year, although we've set the strategic plan, there may be other items that we want to prioritize and have in our strategic plan that we have it codified so that we know that this is how we're leading the district. But this is something that we have to do through a formal workshop process. So when you answer the question about what's on the front of here and trying to do the alignment, we have an internal strategic plan, and then there's a best practice model or something from the Council of Great City Schools that we're trying to follow as well. And as we try to integrate and bring those things together, I think that we need to have it in a workshop format, because the Council of Great City Schools might have a matrix that we feel we want higher or we feel we want lower as a district. Every district is not going to mirror what they're doing in the Council of Great City Schools. I want to digress for a moment because I want to get what I think is important that Ms. Rupert is saying here so we don't miss it. Mr. Woods asked a question about your request. I want to make sure that your requests are met. He asked you if you could restate it so that they could make sure they capture it. So if you would just humor us for a moment and give them specifically what you're requesting so that we get that taken care of, and then we can continue to discuss as much as you need to.
Thank you. I'm going to go right back to the strategic plan. H3 is approval of this item required to implement a tactic with an initiative of the strategic plan. Yes. Will the implementation have a direct impact on one of the 2024 strategic plan metrics? Yes. So to me, it needs to be included. It's already included. You're telling me that it's included.
Ms. Rupert, what are you saying when you say it needs to be included, and I'm trying to follow you? What is the it? Is the it the list that you asked for or a metric? What is the
metric and what they're actually tracking? Safe and supportive environment, that 20. What does that? What encompasses a safe and supportive environment for non-instructional compared to a safe and supportive environment for instructional?
So you're saying they need to list out what they mean by safe and supportive environment, and then there also needs to be a metric aligned to it.
Yes, well, it says they have a metric.
I see that, but apparently you're asking for something different, so I'm just trying to be clear so that we get what, don't make the face. I'm trying to get an understanding. And I'm talking to you because I'm really trying to help you get what you need here so that we can all understand. So that's why I'm being very specific, because I don't want to have 3 board meetings later and this has not been addressed and then someone say that they didn't understand what you're saying. So I'm really trying to just be clear so that we can get this addressed.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. It's just I get more confused. I don't know how any more clear I could actually be. You are already tracking the metric of employee retention and recruitment for instructional and non-instructional. I'm not even going to mention the Great City Schools. This refers to the strategic plan. Both items do. I want to know, just like I would want to know this one, 56% with a target of 66%. This one is 20% and no target. I need the target.
So through the chair, I think we've captured it. We will come back and we will clearly define that particular metric for instructional. And also we will take a look at non-instructional. And if there's a need to recalibrate or add a metric to the strat plan, if there's a need for that, we will do that in our process where we bring the item to the board, we workshop it, we discuss it, and we can add additional metrics if we feel that that's necessary. But first and foremost, we will go back and break down and explain in detail what's included in the safe and supportive environment for instructional personnel.
And operational efficiency.
That's correct. Operational efficiencies.
Because there's none, but once again, I'm really not asking for something that you shouldn't already be doing, because it says you're doing it right here. All right, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm just very concerned that this is not written better, and I would give you the opportunity to come back and make sure that it is as pristine a metric on safe and supportive and operational efficiency, just like the other items are, instructional and non-instructional. Clear?
Yeah, we're clear on that. And just a closing comment, I'll just remind the board that we actually did modify the operational efficiency metrics. There was one request by a board member to add in top quartile metric. So we workshopped that at the last workshop. We updated some of those operational efficiency metrics. We will explain all 10 of the operational efficiency metrics that we're tracking. We're tracking across finance, across IT, across transportation, across food service. Those are the major areas where we're tracking operational efficiencies. And at the strategic plan level, we aggregate those to develop the targets and the baseline. But we will explain all of that in detail to
Thank
appease
you. And I
your request.
appreciate and can't wait to see the operational efficiency baseline. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Levinson.
Actually, Mr. Woods just spoke about what I was going to speak about. Mentioning the Council of Great City Schools here, they don't have a strategic plan. It has nothing to do with that. It's the key performance indicators where they look at districts throughout the United States, and I was actually the board member who brought up the operational efficiencies and making sure that we are tracking and seeing where we are and trying to be in the top quartile of those metrics. But that is not a strategic plan that they have. Actually, if we get into our strategic plan, we have way too many measures and indicators in there. It's not near narrow enough the way that it should be done from that type of level. So I look forward to us having more conversations about this in the future. Thank you.
Any further discussion on H3? All in favor of H3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Now to recognize our new staff appointment. Ms. Hickson?
I'd like to congratulate Tracy Ann Bertrand, temporary ESMAB administrator, Deborah DeBroke, analyst energy conservation, Natalie Neary, director exceptional student learning support secondary, James Payne, task assignment director, career technical adult and community education. And Michelle Rivera, curriculum supervisor, library media.
I am very happy to announce our new supervisor for planning and scheduling, Hector Santos. Also, our task assignment for the executive director for strategic initiative management, Dale Schmidt. Our auditor 3, Nicole Smith. Our temporary assignment for working out of classification for our chief building official, Perla Teru Ayala. And our director for school climate and discipline, Michael Walker.
Congratulations to Christopher D. Piolis, campus security manager at Coral Glades High School.
And I want to welcome another new patriot to Miramar High School as a campus security manager, Christopher Roberts. And I also want to congratulate and welcome a new Falcon to Flanagan High School as a campus security manager there, Betty Williams.
I'd like to congratulate Ronald Jacklin, Campus Security Manager, Indian Ridge Middle. And welcome and congratulate Jeffrey Wasserman, Assistant Principal, Cypress Bay High.
It is my pleasure this morning to welcome Corey Henderson, our new Campus Security Manager at Henry G. Perry Educational Center.
Welcome to District 5, William Banks, Campus Security Manager at Plantation High School. Would also like to welcome to the historic Gillett 6 through 12 High School, Mr. Joshua Philpott, Assistant Principal.
I'd like to congratulate Erwin Fair to being our new Campus Security Manager at Lions Creek Middle. And I'd like to congratulate Daryl Williams for Campus Security Manager at Monarch High School.
Thank you. Congratulations on your appointments. Please feel free to step out and head to your new positions at this time. As our new staff appointees are transitioning, we're going to now hear committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Are there any reports? If so, please identify yourself and the committee that you represent. Thank you. And I would like to acknowledge and ask her to go after Ms. Maxwell, our student advisor, Gianni Alleman, with the report from the students.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Maxwell, and I'm the Executive Director for the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. To me, this family, this district, is a family. It's always been family.
Excuse me, Ms. Maxwell, could you move the mic? I want to make sure we hear your comments. Thank you.
Better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Mass makes it a little tough.
Yeah.
Okay, to me, this district is family. It's always been family. In fact, in loco parentis is the guiding thought our school leaders take into their hearts each and every day. Lately, we are a fractured and divided family. A microcosm, I suppose, and reflection of the greater American landscape. I don't think we make peace. I think we are peace. This deep division between the teachers' union and the administration has become a house divided. It's impacting the schools, parents, students, community in ways that I don't believe that we fully understand. BPAA is not simply an idle observer. We are immersed in the midst of this struggle, and I can see with a certain clarity the motivations of each side. The superintendent has been a large target of a campaign aimed to tarnish him. He's been accused of being heartless and uncaring. I can tell you from my own personal experience that that is the farthest thing from the truth. He is a caring, loving individual. While the superintendent and I have had many struggles, we have managed to come together in a way that reflects a level of respect. Conversely, the teachers' union leadership cares deeply about its members. And I share this passionate impetus to advocate, to seek to protect the very people that we are charged to ensure that fairness is the principle. I've come to learn during this pandemic some deep lessons about life. I feel an impending shift globally and believe we're on the cusp the dawning of a new era, one of peace, respect, and a new appreciation for life and living beings. Rarely have we shared the same pain as a species, and this common sharing of suffering, I believe, has brought us to the door of the recognition of what makes us truly aspirational and asks us to lean into our greatness. This very district has the most compelling mindfulness program in the country, and yet here we are, embroiled in battle. I've learned that how you do something is actually way more important than why or the what. How we treat each other in this moment matters more than I believe we can yet comprehend, and so I'm here today to offer our commitment to resolving this strife and restoring our rightful focus to the students who so badly need us to hear their needs, their suffering, and their desire to be lifted out of this despair. We have to become the beacons of hope for their sake and for our own. This district and its employees touch millions of lives every single day. Maybe the reason we're experiencing so much tension and strife is because we have not built a context for anything else to show up. So I'm asking that we consider building that context for peace, starting right now. I'm willing to be whatever and wherever necessary to bring an end to this standoff. I thank you for your consideration today. And Madam Chair, if I can have just a moment of personal privilege, I'd like to send some love to British Columbia today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gianni.
Good morning. My name is Gianna Alaman, and I am the student advisor to the school board. We are proud to announce that we are continuing the organization that Bo Simon created called Broward Student Activities Association, where students that represent different clubs from a variety of schools can communicate, collaborate, and celebrate what each club is doing. Our goals for this year are to get representation from each major club and start Shoutout Tuesdays. Shoutout Tuesday is an opportunity for a club to be under the spotlight and showcase the activities, awards, and projects that they put on for their school on our social media account. Every Tuesday, starting on March 2nd, we will have a different club fill out our flyer template and we will post their accomplishments. Also, at our last BCAC meeting, we conducted a poll about having quarterly mental health days, and with overwhelming support from students, we'll be moving forward with this, starting with a meeting with a staff member to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us the voice of our students. Broward County Council of PTAs, PTSA.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent Runcie, board members and staff. My name is Bert Miller. I am the Broward County Council PTA, PTSA President. The Broward County Council PTA, PTSA's Mental Health Committee is actively promoting an extensive mental health resource book called Connections. The book is updated consistently and is published by Mental Health America of Southeast Florida. The organization has generously donated enough connection books to provide a copy for each school board member and most of the cabinet members here today. This book is the most extensive resource listing you will find anywhere, and the needs index includes context details for organizations that can help with food and financial insecurity, job seeking and training, assistance to care for elders, alcohol and or drug abuse, Baker Act assistance, abuse or neglect, therapy and counseling contacts for youths and adults for anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and many other important topics. Our second of 7 mental health town halls will be held virtually for Dr. Osgood's district and will be held March 11th from 7 to 9 p.m. The panelists will include a student member from MTL, Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders, and 5,000 role models, along with individuals with lived experiences and expertise. The first 30 minutes will consist of pre-recorded resource fare of approximately 25 agencies and organizations that can help with mental health related issues. We will promote this on social media, so please be on the lookout. Our legislative advocacy update. Letters were sent to all members of the Broward legislative delegation introducing Broward PTA and our advocacy mission. The legislative programs of National PTA, Florida PTA, and Broward County Public Schools were attached. the legislative committee has been meeting monthly. A letter was sent to the governor requesting that he make teachers a priority to receive the COVID vaccine. A letter of support was sent to Representative Bartleman and Senator Thurston, sponsors of the HB 359 and SB 886, a bill asking that students in schools be held harmless from high-stakes testing during this pandemic period. Letters were sent to the 3 Broward senators in opposition to SB 48. A voucher bill and an alert on SB 48 was sent to the membership. The legislative chair contacted the office of Senator Lauren Book in support of the SB 380, booster seats for children ages 4 through 6. The Broward County Council PTA Legislative Chair Latha Krishnaiyer and I participated in a virtual news conference with Representative Bartleman and Senator Thurston and spoke in support of their HB 359 and SB 886. The committee has been working on tracking bills, preparing briefs and talking points on issues of importance that will be moving through the legislature. The bill list will be provided to the membership prior to the session, and briefs and alerts will be attached. National PTA Program Reflections. We would like to thank Lori Rich Levinson for bringing greetings from the board during our annual Reflections event, which was held on Saturday, February 6th. This event is where students are honored for talents and creativity in the arts through dance choreography, music composition, literature, film production, photography, and visual arts. This year we had students from the following elementary schools: Gator Run, Indian Trace, Tamarack, Westchester, and Tequesta Trace Middle School participated. The excellence winners have been moved on to Florida PTA to be judged and then possibly on to National PTA. We would like to thank all of our teachers, staff members, and all of you for what you do for our children each day to keep them safe and educated. We know it is a difficult task, but you are all appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward Education Foundation. District Advisory Council.
I'm really discombobulated today. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Debbie Casey Espinosa, and I'm the current chair for the District Advisory Council, often referred to as DAC. At our February meeting, we had 4 amazing speakers: Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Baum, and Mr. Albano. They provided information regarding legislation impacting Broward County Public Schools, how to encourage stakeholders to become more active, updates on testing, but I must say Mr. Albano stole the show. He spoke about equity and diversity in our schools, and not only was this new information to many members, but he presented it with such passion. It was abundantly clear that Mr. Albano enjoys his job, and he believes in what he is saying. We may have created a problem because he's now the most requested speaker for advisories, and Mr. Watkins said he can't do them all. So, our February DAC meeting was virtually held, therefore it was only information. But we really need to get back to business. I respectfully request that the limiting restrictions placed on advisories be addressed. We believe you have the authority at this time, at the very least, you have the ability to temporarily reduce the number of physical members present to meet quorum. You determine quorum, therefore you could temporarily lower the number so advisories could conduct business. Voting members that are uncomfortable or unable to attend in person could attend and participate virtually. Currently, the number of DAC members to reach quorum is 21. That means 21 volunteers must be physically present to approve minutes and vote on motions. If our request is not honored, where would you like us to meet? Where can we follow CDC guidelines, protect our volunteer members, and utilize the technology to adequately adhere to sunshine standards of holding meetings that are open to the public. Are we turning away someone? Are we meeting here and then turning away another person that wants to participate, a stakeholder? Is that what we're willing to do? Is that the message we are sending to our volunteers? At our February meeting, we had 68 volunteers in attendance. Those are stakeholders willing to dedicate their time to helping students, advising the board, collaborating to solve challenge, distributing information to their respective groups, such as ESOL, Gifted, ESE, PTA, school-based advisory forum chairs, among another of advisory responsibilities. SAF quorum, school-based, is whoever is present. You don't have to attend any other meeting to have an input except one, that one. How are other groups and committees voting to affect policy? And they are, because I sit on those committees, and we are impacting policy, but we have yet to meet in person. How is that happening? And you will not allow advisories, volunteers, to conduct business. The student progression plan is available on the district website. A recent update includes the current accurate makeup policy that advisory, DAC, fought and lobbied for because it was negatively impacting students of color. The current, at this month's meeting, the discussion related to student interim reports and adjustments and clarifications. Recommendations will be discussed at area meetings for input and brought back to the 6001 committee, specifically about interim reports in 3rd to 5th graders. All right, I'm running out of time. I would also ask that you look at what's going on with our SACs in our schools. Members are being silenced and not allowed to vote on items dealing with money. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we had extensive conversation this morning regarding the issue of quorum, the ability to change or not change based on statute or the Attorney General opinion. So I did look at the memorandum that was shared with the board. I would ask, can this, through the chair, Ms. Meyer, can this emergency policy or issue dealing with quorum and the ability for advisories to meet be shared with the chairs of the various advisories? Because there's a lot of information shared within the community, there's frustration, and I think it would be critically important that they be aware of this recent opinion that we received.
Sure, it's public record, so I would leave to Leo or Dr. Nesbitt, sorry, or Mr. Moquin to share it, but yes, it certainly can be shared.
So, yeah, so Dr. Neesmith has a weekly meeting with the chairs of the committees, and when we received a copy of this yesterday, he forwarded the communication, so it's already been forwarded to the chairs.
Thank you.
Ms. Aladaff?
And also just to add to that point, though, could the actual, not Ms. Myrick's memo, but the actual Attorney General opinion also be posted with the question that Ms. Myrick asked?
Yeah, I'll be glad. I mean, I believe everybody has the opinion, but I'll be glad to make sure that Leo has it and he can forward it to the chairs, and I make sure that Veta Hudge has it so that she can get it out to the SAC committees.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
And just, Madam Chair, since we spoke about it this morning, about a letter being issued to the governor regarding the request that we asked, somehow if when the letter is issued and sent to the governor, if somehow that could also be copied to the various advisory chairs so that they're aware of what we're doing in their efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Diversity Committee?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I don't believe a representative from the Diversity Committee is present, so I will read their submission into the meeting record. Good morning, board members, Mr. Runcie, and staff. I would like to report to you the current works and concerns of the Diversity Committee here today. First, I would like to inform you that beginning February 2021, I, Vita Calhour, Vice Chair of Diversity Committee, have now assumed the position of Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the committee, students, and staff in my role as the new chair. As you may already be aware, we as a committee have been meeting via Teams due to our current concerns of the COVID-19 pandemic and the inability to meet quorum in person. This, however, has not hindered us in doing the great work we do on the committee. This month's guest was Mr. Eric Chisholm. The Diversity Committee had made a recommendation on record for a day off for the Muslim holiday. Unfortunately, the school board did not approve the calendar for the 2021-2022 school year with that day off. During his presentation, Mr. Chisholm did an excellent job in explaining the procedure and process that it takes to arrive at the district calendars for all bargaining groups and for the students. It was expressed to the committee that the reason for rejection of the month of May, the off request, was due to the lack of ability to accommodate the testing schedule. The committee had a robust conversation in regards to this topic, and mostly in favor of the day off, and some in opposition of it. It was the concern of the majority of the committee that there is a lack of equity in denying the day off to Muslim students, teachers, and staff. The opposition brought a compelling argument that there should be a separation of church and state and no day off should be for religious reasons. Nevertheless, the presentation of Mr. Chisholm allowed a better appreciation for the school calendar and the work that goes into creating it for the committee members. During the meeting, each of the standing subcommittees reported on their progress. The Standards of Service Subcommittee is in charge of looking to see everyone is equally making progress in the various programs such as AP, Cambridge, Gifted, FSA, and others. Ms. Marion Williams, our committee liaison, was able to illustrate to the group on how to access the various program reports on the district website. This allows our members to evaluate the achievement and equality of all subgroups through the review of these program reports. The area of interest was the AP, Cambridge, and IB, and for the reason for limiting the number of courses the students can take in dual enrollment. The school site committee reported that due to the inability to perform school site visitations, the committee is examining construction issues at the various schools instead. Currently, the target schools are Parkway Middle School and Stranahan High School. The Student Discipline Suspension Subcommittee has not yet had a chance to meet. This is all I have to report at this time, and I would like to thank the board, Mr. Runcie, and staff for your time.
Thank you. Our employee union groups.
Good morning. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. When I sit on today, first day of Lent, Ash Wednesday, it's not dirt on my head. It's a sign of getting ready for peace, which we've heard somebody speak earlier, Lisa Maxwell. We heard great recognition and understanding of what our community is doing for Black History Month. From the wonderful John Lewis, get in good trouble, necessary trouble, and redeem the soul of America, which we've seen through many programs and activists, Black Lives Matter, different types of protesting, our very country that stood up and had the largest voting power in history and voted in a new president. That's what people do when they stand up, when something is not happening right. And as the union president of the 6th largest school district that represents 18,000 bargaining members, I do that. And this is not an attack on a particular person. This is advocacy for people that need a voice. When there's a leader that stands up and says, our district is failing, our teachers are failing, our students are failing, you should all be saying, who does that? Not one other superintendent in this state has done that. Not in our country has said that. Our district is not failing. We're in a pandemic. And things are happening that are causing reasons and rationales why people can't show up. Besides that we're in a pandemic and people are afraid and don't want to catch the virus, what about the ones that have and that have turned ill and then worse, have died? Every day I get a call. Every day. Not once a week, every day. Somebody's ill, and every other day is in the hospital. So I'm sorry if you're offended. This isn't about you, Superintendent Runcie, and it's not about the board members. It's about what's going on in our whole country and the world. And I will never stop standing up for people that need a voice. And all we've asked for you to do is just sit down and let's work it out. And there may be times we agree to disagree, or it might take a different level where we're combative. But we've always managed to work it out. When that day was there that you needed people to stand with you because nobody wanted to say you were the reason of that massacre, I was there when no one else was. And I took the heat from our membership, and I won't take that back, and I'll do it again, because what's right is right. As I stand with this principal there, that I know he's innocent, and I called every one of you to listen, and some of you didn't even have the decency to do that. You took a position to do what's right. You're elected leaders, and when we call upon you, I don't care if you don't like me, I don't care if you're mad at me. You say you're for the people, show it. And we've got people that have rationales. We've got committee people saying they still need to meet. Zoom, virtual, and yet this attorney hires an outside company, an outside law firm, that's gonna cost our tax dollars hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, care, just to sit at the table with me for an hour to impact bargaining on something that we feel is not right? You okayed that. There's a problem with that. I asked you to stand up for the people that are the most vulnerable, that have the most illnesses, when I have 70% of our student population still remote. We're not sitting around eating tea and crumpets. They're working. Our teachers have been here. How dare you say they haven't? So I'll figure it out on this month of love, and that we needed to show honor and respect for our fallen of MSD. And yes, it was 17 people, and get it right, Mr. Runcie, it was 14 students and 3 adults. And I apologize, Debbie Hickson, that happened, and how they figured out how to dub the video today. So I stand up for people, as I stood up for you, Donna, and you, Lori, when people were spitting on you. And my team got groped and attacked, as I did it for Sarah and I did it for Debbie. And I'll do it for everybody when the right is right.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco.
So get in some good trouble, necessary trouble, and redeem the soul of the Broward County schools.
Please.
You could cut me off, Dr. Osgood.
I'm not cutting you off. Your time had expired, Ms. Fusco. We sit here and listen at every word. I believe in the freedom of speech.
Then show it.
Okay? And your time has expired. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I respect you, and I respect myself too much. Is there another teachers union, another employee union group that would like to speak at this time? If not, can we have our ESC Advisory Council?
Madam Chair, I did not receive a submission from the ESC Advisory Council. And I don't believe a representative is present today.
Facilities Task Force?
Good morning, everyone. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the Facilities Task Force. The task force had a couple of subcommittee meetings in January and as well as our regular meeting on February 4th. At the January 21st subcommittee meeting, we actually had a very productive meeting with ACOM and Atkins regarding the Program Manager Evaluation Tool and its objective metrics. It was a conversation more than 5 months in the making. During the discussion, it became clear staff may not have known how to address metrics for which there was no currently available data. For example, RFIs had been excluded because of deficiencies in capturing data. The plan is to address the issue in eBuilder and assign a weight to the KPI in the future. We're going to continue the discussion now that they've had the February 9th workshop, so expect to discuss this further at one of our February subcommittee meetings. On the 28th, we continued work from the prior week and also introduced the draft CPCM, the Cost and Program Controls Manager Evaluation Tool, that was approved at the January 20th board meeting. We reviewed the Stranahan deficiency list and summary from 2014 so that people who attended the meeting could understand how deficiency listings went into the DEFP back in 2014 and how long those lists are and what's planned and not planned. We continue to develop the list of research materials needed to follow up on subcommittee topics, such as determining additional information needed from PPO, example, routine maintenance like the district's painting schedule for the interior and exterior buildings, so that when we look and wonder why Fox Trails apparently has a new paint job compared to a school that hasn't been painted in, say, 15 years, we understand why. Review design and material standards and ed specs for culinary art labs, media centers, and STEM labs. We actually have all the ed specs, and we're reviewing those, and those will become more important in the future. Develop and apply criteria to list of schools with culinary art programs. You have about 24 schools that have culinary art programs, but you want to make sure they're all being done equitably. We also discussed using teams to streamline information requests and responses because those continue to be a struggle. At our regular meeting, we had a subcommittee report, but we also had a 7 p.m. time certain for the discussion of the Stranahan cafeteria. This meeting followed the January 20th Stranahan community meeting, where the community learned that indoor dining capacity had been reduced from 704 seats to 571 seats. The Office of Capital Program staff that was on hand indicated that not having the board approve the dining capacity reduction was unintentional. And a follow-up community meeting was scheduled for February 10th, which I attended and will report on at our March meeting. The remainder of the meeting centered largely on the state of the SMART program and some of its challenges, such as the impact of outdated accounts payable processes on the pay-up process, the number of projects that can be worked on at once, the need for additional human resources in the building department, and so on. We reviewed the RSM quarterly report's current and past observations, such as ACOM versus HERE's project manager staffing plan. We also discussed the audit committee's motion to incorporate diversity statistics into program manager reviews. Finally, at the last Policy 1.7 work group, we discussed including comments about the ability of advisory committees to conduct business during the pandemic. So I put together some thoughts as far as what had transpired, but I can pretty much cross all of those out in light of this memo. By the way, I asked for 2 things, and you know I already have the Attorney General's opinion, so we'll compare that to the original letter, because looking at it, it may be that the operational definition of school board advisory committee may not have been made clear to the Attorney General, because we had gotten no response to reducing quorum, no response to meeting virtually, and we can keep going, but what's going to happen is advisory groups will just keep coming to consensus. And then we'll just ratify everything at the end of the year because you've motivated people. You're sending a message which may not be the message you intend to send, but understand that that message is being received by your advisory groups loud and clear. And I do appreciate Ms. Good being concerned and trying to meet in the middle, and to the 4 of you that have supported the advisory groups. But this has been going on all year. The message you are sending is that you do not value advisory groups. So we have the Attorney General opinion, and we'd all like browardschools.com email addresses if we are truly part of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Gifted Advisory Council.
Madam Chair, I believe I'm not certain FA representative from the Gifted Advisory Council is present. However, a submission was provided. So I will go ahead and read that into the record. This is from Leah Baker, the chair. To whom it may concern, As representative of the Gifted Advisory Council, I call for caution and safety. Most of our meetings are typically informational only and have been of continued value to our members. However, we do have some business which we must conduct. Example given, replacing a board member. We feel strongly that it is not necessary to be forced into physical quorum. Quorum can reasonably be met with either the adjustment of the number to be reduced significantly to a severe minimum, thus decreasing the risk of transmission, or to allow for teams' attendance to satisfy quorum. Full remote operation is the preference of the majority. At this time, when new, stronger variant strains of the novel coronavirus 2019 are circulated in Broward County, the risk imposed by mandated in-person quorum is unconscionable. There are board members and chairs with vulnerabilities at home which render in-person meetings out of consideration of reasonable risk. The new variants have been identified as more easily transmitted. We will not be put at risk when technology is easily adapted to satisfy even greater attendance than in previous years. Additionally, it is more convenient and safer by the nature of being remote. We urge you to consider the safety of our members and reasonable operating, especially in this age of technology and the new normal. As we conduct our volunteer work for this advisory council, we require safety and so demand remote quorum. And again, Cecilia Leah Baker, the Gifted Advisory Chair.
Thank you. Human Relations Committee. Parent, community.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Give me a second. I'm trying to note time, but the Human Relations Committee member is not able to be present. However, she did submit a report, so if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read that into the record.
Certainly.
I'm honored to come before you today on behalf of the Human Relations Committee, and by the way, this is from the Chair, Myra Rodan Galceran. Again, I'm honored to come before you today on behalf of the Human Relations Committee to present our committee report. The Human Relations Committee continues to address the school board approval of equitable and inclusive school calendars, in particular this school year calendar 2020-21, and all forthcoming school year calendars. I'm happy to report that during the Superintendent's Annual Advisory Committee meeting, the Human Relations Committee had an opportunity to discuss numerous ways in which we could address the equitability of Broward County Public Schools calendars from this school year forward. This discussion included the possibility of the Human Relations Committee securing a seat on the calendar committee or providing the calendar committee's school year calendar options to the Human Relations Committee for review and feedback prior to presenting it to the board for review and approval. Recently, Mr. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations from the Calendar Committee, provided a presentation to the Human Relations Committee. The presentation was very informative and proceeded with an open discussion. After our thorough discussion in regard to the possibility of our membership to the Calendar Committee, we learned that other advisory committees attain seats and are voting members on the Calendar Committee. I'm happy to say that Mr. Chisholm acknowledged our concerns and advised that it was possible to attain a seat on the Calendar Committee and agreed to providing further information on attaining a seat on the Calendar Committee for the Human Relations Committee as well as the Diversity Committee. The Human Relations Committee is grateful to the Superintendent for taking note of our concerns in this regard and for his consideration to providing us with an opportunity to be part of the operational process for best practices as we provide all members of the Broward County School Board with an inclusive and equitable school year calendar. We look forward to collaborating with you, honorable school board members, the Calendar Committee, and Mr. Chisholm with enthusiasm for equitable and inclusive initiatives on this matter. Lastly, the Human Relations Committee continues to express concern for the operation and governing aspect of the function of this committee as it pertains to meeting quorum during this state of emergency. The pandemic simply is not allowing our members to participate in person and inside brick and mortar. It is our understanding that further effort to allow advisory committees to meet virtually and attain quorum has been requested by several advisory committees. Furthermore, it is our understanding that the board and other advisory committees have requested assistance from our attorney, from our general counsel, Ms. Myrick, and the board requested further inquiry to the Attorney General. The Human Relations Committee received a copy of the response by Attorney General Ms. Myrick to the school board members, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, last night as it pertains to emergency policy regarding quorums or committees. The answer was no. We implore your assistance to continue to pursue efforts to assist all advisory committees in meeting the requirements and ability to provide the board with qualitative advice as outlined in our Human Relations Committee Policy 1.5 and the School Board Advisory Committee Policy 1.7 by allowing us to meet in some way to attain quorum. The Human Relations Committee members have expressed interest and willingness to conduct our meetings in outdoor settings. Therefore, can the school district provide outside settings for advisory committees to meet? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone in person for Parent Involvement Task Force, or Dr. Neil Smith, do you have a written report?
I believe, Madam Chair, that we have Ms. Carolyn Jones from the Small Business Advisory Committee in person, and following her report, I have a Technology Advisory Committee report from Ms. Beth Ann Carr, the chair.
Okay, so we have no representation from Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Not that I'm aware of today,
Okay.
and there was no online submission.
Thank you. Small Business Advisory Committee.
Good morning. Superintendent Runcie, Chair Osgood, school board members, and staff. My name is Carolyn Jones. I'm a member of the Small Business Advisory Committee appointed by Lori Alhadeff, District 4. SBAC is managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department. At the January meeting, we welcomed Jimmy Witherspoon as a new member appointed by board member Deborah Hickson. He is a pastor, business owner, and race counselor at Dillard High School. On February 10th, EDDC staff provided him an orientation that included information on the role of the Small Business Advisory Committee, related district policies, and how to do business with Broward schools. The January SBAC meeting centered on the Bond Oversight Committee fiscal year quarter 1 report presentation with emphasis on small, minority, and women business enterprise target goals. The data shows the need for increased participation on the prime level for African American and women-owned firms. Based on EDDC's analysis, the firms that bid as a prime are not winning. However, subcontractor participation has increased due to improved goal-setting techniques. EDDC is planning to implement a number of initiatives to help remedy this challenge, including piggybacking on a Miami-Dade County Public School sheltered market for African American and women-owned firms, implementation of the Roofing Mentor Protege program with AECOM, launching the Broward County Public Schools Mentor Protege program for non-construction industries. Creation of the Broward Enterprising Contractor Job Ready program is now in planning stages, and continued efforts as a part of South Florida Anchor Alliance. The goal is to prepare firms for active participation and success in contracting and doing business with Broward County schools and beyond. Lastly, we were invited to choose a project to lend our expertise and engage in strengthening EDDC. As an example, SBAC member Carolina Prada is currently working with EDDC marketing team to develop a comprehensive marketing strategy. We appreciate the opportunity to serve on your behalf in advancing economic development in Broward County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Neil Smith, the Technology Committee.
Yes, Madam Chair. Our last report comes from Ms. Beth Ann Carr, the Chair of the Technology Advisory Committee. I want to thank the IT staff for reaching out and asking members to attend an in-person meeting. But once again, we did not have an adequate yes response, so we met informally through Microsoft Teams. During the informational session, we saw a presentation of an autoresponder that IT is working on to help people with commonly asked questions regarding Teams itself. TAC members who are also employees were asked to test drive the Ask Ed tool so that it can be ready to roll out in the near future. As this pilot project rolls out, there could be similar projects launched for other Microsoft products in the district. And that concludes the report from the Technology Advisory Committee.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 3 updates. The first is regarding the Florida Department of Education Emergency Order 2021-01. So on Monday, February 15th, the Florida Department of Education issued an emergency order concerning state assessments for the spring of 2021. Staff will be taking the board through details of this order during the workshop that is scheduled for next week, Tuesday, February 23rd. Today, I would like to provide some high-level takeaways from that order. First, the state is requiring all schools to prepare to offer all exams, FSA, end-of-course exams, and access for all students. Secondly, schools will be required to only administer the exams in the school building. Therefore, the state is requiring that students who should be tested will need to come into the school for testing. There will be no remote testing option. Also, the state is extending the testing window for districts to offer the test over more days, to have afternoon testing windows, and to even have Saturday exams if necessary. Staff is examining our options and will update the board in coming weeks. Due to the extended testing windows, the state is delaying the time when we will receive results. We will receive third grade FSA ELA results by June 30th and the remaining scores by July 31st. This will impact our process for promotion and graduation. Staff is working through these impacts. There were no elements of the emergency order concerning the accountability system of school grades, graduation requirements, or teacher evaluation. Therefore, this time, all of those requirements remain in effect, but we continue to advocate, lobby, work with the legislature for the changes that we have prioritized in our legislative agenda. We continue to advocate to the state on that as well. We'll continue to update you as developments occur, and again, we'll have a lot more to cover at the workshop. Second topic is spring semester for the 2020 high school seniors. Yesterday, we advised the board via memo of the need to convert the remaining professional study days. There's 4 of them, the March 4th, April 1st, April 29th, and June 3rd at our high schools that have an approved waiver to full instructional days. The board-approved extension of 2 days for the first semester necessitates this change to ensure that our high school seniors will have the requisite number of instructional minutes to be awarded course credits for graduation. Accordingly, the last day for high school seniors district-wide will be June 4th, 2021. The final exam week for seniors will occur May 25th through the 28th. Schools will host a series of transitional workshops, seminars, and activities for our graduates the week of June 1st through the 4th, and the tentative schedule for modified in-person graduation ceremonies is June 4th through the 10th. In the upcoming weeks, staff will begin to meet with representatives from our collective bargaining and meet and confer groups, our District Advisory Council, Broward County PTA, and the Broward County Association of Student Councils to discuss this information in greater detail. Additionally, staff is preparing recommendations relating to prom activities and graduation ceremonies for a dialogue with the board in coming weeks. Third item is regarding community service hour waiver. All students seeking a standard high school diploma are required to complete a minimum of 40 hours of community service. Bright Futures, Florida Medallion Scholars require 75 hours of volunteer service, and the Bright Futures Academic Scholars Award requires 100 hours of volunteer service. Given the moment we're in the pandemic, it's obviously challenging for many students to meet those requirements. So staff is working this week to draft an item. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to a special school board meeting next week to waive the 40 hours of the community service requirement. However, and this is a very important however, we are not recommending any waiver of the Bright Futures Scholars Award requirements, as we don't have control over those requirements. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks for today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. I know this is not a time for discussion, but if I could just ask if we could speak at the next workshop or soon thereafter, on the testing, as it is going to be at the schools, how we're going to address the social distancing without having too large of a window of students coming in and out, because we know that there's a loss of instruction time typically when we're doing that type of testing, as well as the computer. So again, I don't want to get into a conversation around it necessarily today, but if we could have some more feedback on that, as well as having the necessary computers on hand at the schools to be able to accommodate the
Yeah,
testing.
we'll do that, and we'll incorporate as much of that into the conversation next Tuesday,
Perfect.
actually.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from board members? Not at this time. May I have a motion and a second to move item H4 to the floor? Been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Hickson. Is there any public input on H4? No public input on H4. Any board discussion? On board discussion, I have Ms. Good. I have Ms. Good, Ms. Levinson, and Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert, you want to start?
Yes, because Ms. Rupert pulled it, so.
Okay, thank you. Reviewing the item, I saw that we had more EEO and ADA compliance people leaving, and I've noticed that there's been, in this department particularly, they've taken leave from this department compared to last year, and I'm assuming that they're just taking a big hit emotionally, and I'm concerned and wanted to share and bring forward really to Mr. Runcie, if, for you to take a special look at that department and see if there's something that they actually can utilize, because they've really had a tremendous deal, in the past year at this department. And when you look and you follow those that are leaving, it just caught my attention. So I want
to be clear, which department?
EEO, ADA.
Okay.
I can't find the H4. I'm just going by memory here. One more sec. Oh, it's right in front of me. There we go. Yeah, if it was, I'm not going to mention the person's name, but I noticed that the last meeting we had some as well. And additionally, of the 46 resignations that are between 1 and 2, 16 of 46 are safety resignations, and 17 of 46 are transportation resignations. So asking again to see how the board can help in this particular area, and what if any approach that you're going to be utilizing with them because of the number of people, as we are not, we have weeks left for school.
Okay. Through the chair, I think Mr. Strauss may provide some additional thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Rupert, in regards to EEO department, as you noted on H4, there is one gentleman that resigned to take a position at another local university. And obviously we will work to fill that position.
And Vladimir.
And Vladimir is actually back working, so he is back. So we're glad to have him back, especially in that regards. So thank you for recognizing the department's definitely had a lot of heavy lift this year.
Right, and I just wanted to make sure that we were meeting besides our students and our staff. Everybody needs to have a kind of a soft handoff when it comes to things. And for transportation, 17 out of 46. I'm assuming that would be Mr. Woods. 17 out of 46 resignations were in the transportation department.
What's the question?
What are you doing to counteract this, or what's our plan? How can we help?
Thank you for that. So first, I just want to identify that that's probably about half a percentage point of It's closer to 1 percentage point of the over 1,400 employees that we have in that department. And what we're doing is we're really trying to balance some of the attrition associated with resignation. There's multiple reasons for it, some including the pandemic and people just kind of reassessing their lifestyles. We're trying to balance that attrition with hiring in a way that we don't hire too many staff, given where we are with transportation. So we continue to monitor that and work closely with HR to make sure that we have enough drivers to cover the existing routes. And we just understand that every year, every month, there's going to be a level of attrition in that department.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And they also have heavy lifting as well.
Madam Chair, if I may just add, there is a direct connect to transportation and non-instructional. You can't hear me?
Can't hear whoever's talking. Can't hear you.
Mic check. Mr. Dunn today, I think. You can hear me? Thank you. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. I just want to share with the board, we are very connected to transportation on a regular basis. We've done a lot of online recruitment. In this virtual environment, it's provided us opportunities to continue to partner with Career Source of Broward. We've had virtual job fairs where people really show up. But as the same thing as Mr. Wood, we're being very deliberate in our actions, but we're just paying very close attention to that. And also some of the alignment of the work in human resources. We have a direct person that is over there on a regular basis that works with my team as well. So that work is moving, and we pay very close attention to all the movements that are happening in transportation.
Thank you, and thank you for that. And I never got a chance, I guess it was last board meeting, to tell Dr. Posner good luck in her next adventure, in her position. And her steadfast attention to detail will certainly be missed. And congratulations to Richie Mijan, Anne Moran, and Arthur Drews on their retirement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to speak about Marianella Estropo, Assistant Principal of Cypress Bay High School. She has been there since its inception. Mr. Neely used to refer to her as the superintendent of Cypress Bay, and she will be sorely missed. She's such an integral part of the family there, and has done so much to make it the outstanding high school that it is. So I wanted to just take a moment and wish her a wonderful retirement and thank her for her commitment for all these years to Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you. Is there no more discussion on H4? Can I have, Ms. Murray?
I just want to mention Mr. Hicks at Bethune Elementary. He's our music teacher there. And when I read his name, my heart sort of sank. He has been such a strong component for our students down there, especially with the violins. Last year, we went to Washington, D.C., and his students performed at the Kennedy Center for our turnaround arts program. And like I said, he'll be a hard person to replace. And I know that the students and the families that have been associated with the program are going to be very sad to see him leave. So thank you. I wish him well.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion on H4, all in favor of approving H4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. H4 is approved. At this time, the board is going to take a 20-minute recess. And if we could take that recess at this time and grab our lunches. We have a long day ahead of us, so we could just digress for a moment. We will resume at 12:30. will now resume our regularly scheduled school board meeting for February 17th, 2021. May I have a motion and a second to move item BB1 to the floor? It's been moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Good. Is there any public input on item BB1? Any board discussion? All in favor of item BB1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion and a second to move items CC1 and CC2 to the floor?
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any public input on items CC1 and CC2? Any board discussion? All in favor of items CC1 and CC2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items DD1, DD2, and DD4 to the floor?
Can we just do second?
It's been moved by Ms. Murray and second by Ms. Rupert. Any discussion on items DD1, DD2, and DD4? Any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the board? All in favor of items DD1, DD2, and DD4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion and a second to move item DD3 to the floor? It's been moved by Ms. Murray and second by Ms. Korn. Ms. Korn.
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate staff follow-up. I did have
I'm
an
sorry, Ms.
additional-
Korn, if you would let me interrupt you for a moment. I forgot to do audience input. Audience input on DD3. I apologize, Ms. Korn.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Hold on, we have someone.
And, right, and you have some. Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Okay, DD3 is the RSM report on the Smart Bond Program Management, which we discussed at the last Audit Committee meeting. So during discussion, we talked about the accounts payable policies and procedures that are currently being revised. And the fact that they're now being revised in 2021 is yet another example of the lack of planning being done in 2014, much like roofing, permitting, and inspections were not addressed back in 2014. Because you have a cumbersome accounts payable process, but also what was a little bit concerning is RSM confirmed they're auditing for compliance, not for efficiency in the process, which could be added because they're perfectly capable of telling you if what you're doing is efficient and effective or not. But that's something to consider adding into that process. They're just speaking to the pay-app compliance, though, not to its effectiveness or efficiency. Also, related to RSM, the Audit Committee had passed a unanimous motion asking to analyze other aspects of from a diversity standpoint of equitable prioritization and delivery of the Smart Bond projects. The intent was to have RSM do such a review, but for some reason, that motion was sent to the Executive Director of Capital Programs for a response. The Executive Director is not an auditor and is not part of RSM. So then we spent 40 minutes retooling another motion to get at the same issue, and I'm not even quite sure without reviewing it what that got us, because I think it meant that the Chief Auditor has to get with RSM to try to figure out how they can add diversity statistics into what's been done with the bond program. And it may come down to your advisory groups once again having to do it, because they're going to have a discussion outside of the Audit Committee on how to do this. And I'm sure you know that most of us can figure out how to drop in some diversity, some statistics into one of the reports that we get on the capital program. It's just a matter of us finding the time. So we'll know at our next meeting whether that motion was implemented with fidelity or not, but it shouldn't take us 40 minutes to have a discussion, but that is just sort of an example of the frustration that you get as an audit committee member when it comes to certain things being, when we pass motions and where they end up going, because it was just a waste of time to send it to anyone other than RSM. And I hope that the Chief Auditor is addressing it with fidelity this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate staff's follow-up on the items that I had requested. I guess the one thing that I wanted to follow up on was on page 13. I understand that there is some additional work being done in this area. So I guess I was looking to see whether or not that's something that will be shared with the board at an upcoming workshop, or if that's something that is just going to be given to us as a backup going forward, because it's, for me, it's one of our more substantial issues. So I guess I was looking for some feedback on that.
Joris Chabelin, Chief Auditor, through the chair. Ms. Corrin, these prior findings, they're reported on every reporting period until they're closed. So with the case of the finding on page 13, RSM chose a sample of 4 to be able to test how the dates and the change orders make themselves through. And it turns out that 2 of them passed, 1 of them did not pass, and they did not have another one that they can use that had dates. So this is still an open finding until it's closed. So it's partially open. So at the next report, you'll be able to see how this stands.
Okay, so I appreciate that very much, thank you. It did have an estimated close date of August of 2020, so I just wanted to make sure that that was something that we were definitely still working on as an open item. And then on page 23, I mentioned this during the agenda planning session, but just looking at the staffing, again, I'm just, I guess, a little confused as to how we have less staffing in the area that appears to be project management, and yet we're more ramped up today than we were when Heery left us, as we continue to have more and more projects online. So I guess I'm looking for some reconciliation as to either why Heery had the numbers they had at the time, because obviously there's a cost to the district, or what in the strategy of what AECOM's doing that has minimized some of that project management. It's critically important to me because as much as I have touted how eBuilder should be playing or should have been playing a bigger role in our efficiencies and deliverables in the bond work, project managers are the ones who are the eyes and the ears to actually make things happen. So if we're not on point in this area, I think that's where we've had some failures in the past. And I'm not saying project managers are failures. I don't know if it's a matter of having too much on their plate, not being aligned with the right types of projects. Some of our project managers I know are stellar and have done an incredible job, but I think that's an area where we could have strengthened it in the past from an oversight, and maybe we're not as on point as we could have been. I just want to make sure that with AECOM, there are some structural differences here in how they're using project management and how they are establishing kind of oversight in that area. And I'm concerned because there is a difference, and again, the accountability of how Heery had staffed up, which appeared they had more staffing in this area before, and yet we have more work on our hands now than that. So if I could get some follow-up or some feedback maybe on our thoughts on that area, or staff to follow up.
Ms. Corrin, Ms. Langham can describe the situation with the future staffing. Would you like me to work with Mr. Girardi to get an explanation from Heery on the previous staffing?
That's actually exactly what I'm looking for, because Kathleen was good enough to already have a conversation with me in terms of how they're structurally doing it now, and it just doesn't, I'm having a hard time reconciling it with where we were with Heery. So yes, if you could do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on DD3?
I'm sorry, I had one other note that I didn't, which again, it actually is reflective of our public speaking on the accounts payable side. We know that this has been something that has been an issue and a concern in this district, and trying to continue to bring valuable vendors and contractors in for the district. So all of the recommendations there, but even beyond what we've done here with this particular audit, I think that's an area where we want to continue to look at where we can find some valuable wins, considering the fact that we continue to have some struggles in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. All in favor of item DD3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item F1 to the floor? It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Good. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate again staff's follow-up on this. I just wanted to share something with my colleagues, especially if you read the follow-up. So I understand what's before us. This is a significant capital fund amendment for West Broward High School stemming from Tropical Storm Eta. There was tremendous amount of damage at that school campus, and at the workshop when we had the planning review, I asked questions regarding what are our plans to deal with this, so that we can avoid such an expenditure in the future and also avoid potential damage to the school site, because it will happen again. I know staff again sent a response. Respectfully, I thought the response was incomplete. West Broward High was not the only school or property that was significantly impacted during that storm with flooding. And I know there's been a considerable amount of meetings, specifically with South Broward Drainage District, that governs the canals and drainage within that South Broward area. And so, Mr. Runcie, I would just ask, and I know I forwarded an email to you, that I think beyond what staff indicated here, that again, it's up to the school board to have some type of joint venture. I think it really is going to require some significant follow-up from staff to find out from South Broward Drainage what improvements they are doing within the area. I believe that they are with regard to their pump stations. There may be other things that they're considering. They may not be aware of the significant damage that our school suffered as a result of this storm. I think they need to be made aware of that. And also, they're an elected body with a director, and I think that they're always willing to come out and provide some insight, and I think we should utilize that effort to see what recommendations they may have to help us both in the short term and the long term. We have to have a plan in place for short-term protocols should any major storm come our way. We can't just not do something, even if it means something as minimal as sandbags. But we have to have a long-term, I believe, plan of action to avoid something like this from reoccurring. And I get that we're located where we are, but I have to believe, just as we have neighbors to our right, to the north, to the south within West Broward High School, that other properties are having similar situations. And I think if we work together in a collaborative way with these agencies, we might be able to find ourselves in an opportunity to do something at the site. They may have, again, some recommendations. I would just hate, these funds are really to deal with the impacts, to, deal with the damage that was on site, but I think we might have to invest something on a long-term basis to deal engineering-wise. I also asked, I think there's storm management reviews every so often, every so years. I think it's every 5 years. I would ask you to follow up with staff and make sure that these things are being done, especially in areas that have such extensive, serious drainage problems. So,
yes, thank you, Ms. Good. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I will be working with staff to reach out to the South Broward Drainage District, in particular, the director there, to see what path we can have towards a solution, because it's not if it's going to happen again, it's when. And even if we have to make some kind of investment in partnership with them, it's worth doing to avoid not only the actual financial cost, but there's certainly cost to the students and the functioning of the school, because it was rendered inoperable for a significant period of time. So yes, we'll definitely make that outreach and work towards finding some type of resolution to this. So I know Mr. Moquin and others have received that information,
Yes.
so we're on it. Thank you.
Thank you both to Mr. Runcie and Mr. Moquin. Thank you.
Any other comments on F1? All in favor of F1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items JJ1, JJ2, JJ3, JJ4, JJ5, JJ6, JJ7, and JJ8 to the floor?
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second by Ms. Good. Is there any public input on items JJ1 through 8? Any board input? Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. I don't see any jobs on here going out for bid for construction, and it's actually been very slow on the agendas lately, so I'd like to get a follow-up on what the expectation is per month of items that will be moved forward to the board to move into the construction phase. Thank you.
Any other comments on the JJ items? All in favor of approving items JJ1 through JJ8, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items K2, K3, and K4 to the floor?
Second?
It's
They
been
passed
moved.
on consent, Madam Chair. You don't need to move those.
Okay, my bad. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item K1 to the floor?
Second?
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to ask, I know that the suggestion is to leave the boundaries the way they are for right now, and I don't have an issue with that. I just wanted to bring up maybe speaking about K-8s again. I know you've had a number of workshops, but it comes up often in conversations that I'm having with different communities. And, you know, a lot of charter schools are getting our students, and I think it's because of the K-8 model. So would really like to, I'm just, I guess, suggesting that we have a workshop to be able to talk about what we think of K-8s and what that might look like in some of the communities.
Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hickson. We've had conversations about that before as well. I agree with you wholeheartedly that K-8s are family favorite, I guess you could say, to many. So I think certainly I would love to have that conversation again. I think it would be helpful too, Mr. Runcie, if any previous conversations that we had at workshops regarding K-8 conversions of some of our facilities. I know staff went and did some reviews on some sites that may have the best potential. Some had cost issues, some had other issues, but I think, you know, again, this is an ever-changing conversation that we need to continuously have, and I support that. So, but I think it would be helpful to my colleague, Ms. Hickson, to get whatever information we had before and discuss so that she could at least understand some of the hurdles that we were going through and the conversations that the board had regarding the topic, because I know that many of us supported the measure. It's just there were some issues with some sites at the time. And certainly I think it would be helpful if we all got the same information to kind of refresh our memories as to what were some of the issues. So.
And I'll just add on, as we're sharing that information, if we could share the process. I know particularly in District 5, we've had some discussions, but you have to get community input. So there's always a delicate balance. If you start moving too swiftly, then the community gives you backlash that you didn't ask them. And in COVID, getting community input is a delicate balance. Like, I represent a district where I know if I do something virtual, I'm going to get a small segment of that community. So I'm trying to work with staff to find a location that I can do something face-to-face and get at least 50 people in a room with social distancing, keeping in mind that I might have to do it 2 or 3 times to get a specific sample of the community. So you can't move forward without the community input. The community may have ideas or recommendations that we didn't think of. So it becomes a delicate balance, and sometimes from a community perspective, they don't understand the process. So you'll get one group that's saying the district is doing something to change something in the community, we're shoving it on the community. Then you'll get another group that says the district is having these discussions and you're hiding it from the community. But from a district perspective, especially from a district board member perspective, there are various ways that you have to communicate within your own district. And time and experience teaches you that. Sometimes you have new individuals come into the community or to the area, and they may have a thought and an idea, which is valid, but you have to always think about the overall masses, how you're going to reach the largest number of people. And I know we have a situation that the board has allowed us to begin this conversation about repurposing 2 schools and bringing them together with enrollment issues. Well, there's been some concepts and thoughts, but now there needs to be a discussion with the community. And that discussion is going to look different probably. It's going to need to be virtually, and then a few sessions that you have to have face-to-face where you limit the number of people that can come in for social distancing purposes, but you try to reach as many people and parent groups in the community as well. So I think the process added to what Ms. Good said will also be important. Mr. Runcie, then I'll go.
Yeah, so just 2 things related to that. It's, you know, when you look at this K-8 issue, which we've been dealing with for years, and we've done some K-8 that, you know, that have worked and some that haven't. You know, I think Gulfstream Academy in Hallandale is an example of a successful one. We had one in Coral Springs that didn't work as well. The other thing I would say to you is that you can't look at these things and I'm not saying that you are, but just for the public, you can't look at these things in isolation. They have significant ripple effects on schools surrounding them. So when you start looking at any potential consolidation, it has impact on other elementaries, middle schools. You know, the whole feeder patterns connected to it get disrupted. So these are very careful conversations that you have and in order to get to solutions that have the right level of community input, they take time, right? You can always make a decision without input and you can make it in an hour, but if you want to have the appropriate conversations, it can take a significant amount of time, which is the way we try to certainly do it. The last thing I will say is that there's a larger context here, and the larger context is that, you know, with the capacity of the district versus what the enrollment is, we have a significant amount of excess capacity. Mm-hmm. And it always comes an issue, and it's probably one of the most difficult decisions that boards deal with. But, you know, we have the equivalent of, gosh, I would say somewhere, I don't know, around 30 or so school buildings, campuses, not buildings, like campuses that you could close in this system and get some efficiencies out of that as well. But those are challenging, you know, conversations to have. So there's a larger conversation strategically about where you go relative to the capacity concerns in the district versus, you know, what we have in terms of the 36 million square feet of real estate that we're trying to maintain. And then, of course, you know, all the conversations, everything that's connected to it. So I say all that to say that, yes, at some point this spring, working through Mr. Sullivan's staff and demographics and facilities and others, there needs to be a more comprehensive conversation about that. And then the K-8s fall within the context of that as a subset of that conversation.
I just want to thank Mr. Sullivan. He did a great job, sent me a lot of information.
Okay.
It's a conversation that we've had, and I'm not saying I want to do it next week.
Oh, no, it's not going to happen next week.
When we're talking about strategic plans and looking at things, the community has indicated that they're interested in some places on doing that, and I would like to continue that conversation.
Yeah, we'll do that. Again, what we find is when they do that, they don't think about the
Correct.
ramifications of it. So we go through that and try to make sure that folks understand it.
Ms. Good, and then I'm gonna.
Yes, and thank you again, Ms. Hickson. And I think, Mr. Renzi, as you mentioned, the issue of under-enrollment is going to have us have to have these kind of conversations about our school communities. Ms. Hickson, before you were on the board, I know that when we discussed it, even in my area, when parents are asked, would you like to see a K-8 at your school, they're very excited about that opportunity. But then there were impacts to the middle school that they were putting together some really new programs within that, innovative programs within that middle school, and their enrollment took a little bit of time to increase. And so the district worked really hard to have some more of a zone kind of mentality within that zone to increase enrollment and really support. But I think it is a big conversation. It's a sensitive conversation. It's one that, again, we're going to have because of the low enrollment throughout the district, not just in my area, but throughout the district. And then we're going to have to take a look at, again, the impacts across zones. And are we doing everything we can to increase that enrollment? And we're going to find ourselves, I think, in a real dilemma beyond what we've ever discussed before regarding our enrollment in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Renzi.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
I just wanted to mention also, when we're not in a year like this, we have an annual process that we follow that's brought forward, and I would assume, Mr. Runcie, that we'll be resuming that next year.
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Ms. Murray.
I probably have a district that has really advocated the K-8s, and it's strongly supported by the governing body and the city of Hollywood. And 2 years ago, we had a very aggressive move to make some schools K-8s, and one in particular, the one time I had a great deal of support, and then all of a sudden it turned around and it went completely negative, and I was so surprised. But then I realized that sometimes it's a generation thing. Parents will buy into it now, but parents coming in don't see it that way. So it made me think that whatever we do, the moves we make, is something that has to benefit the community, not special interest groups. And that's where I felt that I sort of lost it there with some of my schools. So it takes a while of nurturing and in-depth study and really communicating with everyone that be effective, and really for more than just, like I said, one generation. It's the total effect. And Hallandale, it's worked very well with the K-8, because that's what the community wanted. That's what the city supported, and we've been successful. But again, it was a total buy-in of the people that live there. So again, when you move around and you think that some of these ideas are good, but like I said, the pushback I got on one particular area, I was so surprised, because when we first talked about it, maybe 5 years before we actually brought it to the table, I had a buy-in. But then I realized all those students had moved on, and the whole neighborhood atmosphere had changed, and there was such a pushback. No, we don't want that. So again, I think that it's a good idea for some neighborhoods, communities, but it has to be a total buy-in for generations, not just, like I said, one particular group. And I see that in some of the interests that are being driven in my district. It's specific people that want it, but it may not survive over a period of time like it did in Coral Springs. It died. Okay? But thank you.
Any other comments? All in favor of K1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item K5 to the floor?
So move. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on K5? Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank staff, both Mr. Sullivan's office and our legal counsel, for the follow-up that they provided to deal with my inquiries regarding potential liability issues and hold harmless. So the updated agreement certainly includes language, I think it's in paragraph 2.17, regarding any issues that come out of their use of the old access agreement. If you recall, the old access agreement, I think it was back in the 70s, was basically a one-page document with one paragraph, very, very extensive. Didn't really have any language that covered issues of liability. So I appreciate staff adding the language to the new easement that deals with the installation of an 8-inch water main. I did reach out again to staff regarding an issue that I noticed, and it's really the access road. The original access agreement that was implemented back in the 70s doesn't really speak to who's required to maintain the access road. It's my understanding that the city of Plantation has graciously dealt with that issue, but none of the documents really deal with that specific item at hand. And so I thought that it's really prudent that at least this document that's before us should include something along the lines that requires the city to maintain and repair whatever improvements are associated with that access road and the installation of the line. So if it's amenable to my colleagues, I think it's page 3 of 12. There's a paragraph B where it says the city at its sole expense properly and appropriately maintain and repair improvements. I would just like to modify that paragraph to say the city shall at its sole expense properly and appropriately maintain, and add this language: the entirety of the easement area depicted in exhibits D and B, and maintain and then the paragraph continues to read, repair the improvements within the easement area.
Is that a motion, Ms. Good?
Yes, ma'am. Second.
Okay. Been moved by Ms. Good and second to make that amendment. Any discussion from the public on the amendment?
Again, that proposal meets to Mr. Sullivan's satisfaction and to council, I believe.
Through the chair, yes, I worked with Ms. Myrick and Mr. Cooney on this. Not only are we okay with it, but I expressed this to the city, and they're amenable to it as well.
And Mr. Sullivan, and the city has been maintaining it all these years, the access area, correct?
Before I was born, 1973.
Okay. The amendment.
I'm allowing the discussion to take place.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Now back to the item.
So I also, although I appreciate, again, very much the efforts by staff to put in all the necessary language to, again, make sure that the district is not negatively impacted. Again, this property is adjacent to a canal. It was really a potential waiting to happen. I appreciate the fencing and everything, but I think this language is really going to protect the district. I do think it's a greater conversation. Instead of having all these easements and having the city access agreement and the city, this property should probably be conveyed over to the city of Plantation so that there's really no real reason why we would even want to keep this strip of land on the perimeter of our property adjacent to a canal. And so I would like to get follow-up, Mr. Runcie, on that through the whole board as to the potential for that to happen. And if my colleagues feel that's warranted, I think that's probably ultimately the best way to do it. It's just that under the circumstances, the time constraints, this is the only way that we can move forward in a quick fashion to allow the city of Plantation to do their improvements and not really hold them up. And as a good neighbor and certainly working in good effort with the city of Plantation, I think we're doing the best we can under the circumstances, but I think the best thing to do would be to ultimately just convey this strip of property on the perimeter to the city.
And if I may, through the chair, that's going to be our recommendation at a later date for the board to consider. And I do want to thank Ms. Good. I know she's thanking staff a lot for a lot of these changes, but really she was the driver behind these changes, which I think make the easement agreement more beneficial for the school district. So I did want to thank her as well.
Any other comment? All in favor of the item as amended, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items KK1 and KK2 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on items KK1 and KK2? Any board input? All in favor of KK1 and KK2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item LL1 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on LL1? Any board input on LL1? All in favor of LL1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move items 01, 02, 04, 06, 07, and 08 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
Those were approved on consent.
I keep doing that, that's my bad. May I have an item, may I have a motion to move item 05 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
And moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Alladale.
Thank you. My question's on the executive summary. In the middle of the page where it talks about adding new repeaters to fill blind spots where needed, how are we going about to do that?
Hi. Good afternoon, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. So I just want to make sure I understand the question. Is your question how mechanically are we installing the repeaters, or?
No, so there's lots of blind spots in schools, hypothetically, and you're going to be adding new repeaters. How are you knowing where to add those repeaters? How are you figuring out where those blind spots are?
Yes, so we have a protocol for that, but I can take a follow-up and provide you with more detail on the specific components of that.
Okay, and then the last bullet there, it talks about additional radios for school staff, safety, security, and emergency preparedness. I thought that was already done.
So we had completed all the school sites that lacked radio coverage, and we're now working on sites that have a repeater that was older or legacy. There are approximately 17 of those sites remaining within scope, and the radios, remember, it's not like you give out a radio and you're done. So radios break, people have new employees or new staff. So this contract vehicle allows us to maintain ongoing provisioning of the radios.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of 05 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to move items 001, 003, 004, 005, 006, 008, 009, and 011 to the floor?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the board? All in favor of items 001, 003, 004, 005, 006, 008, 009, and 011 indicate by saying aye.
Madam Chair?
Any opposed? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe on that, 2 of the items we passed were actually removed,
Yeah.
so we may need to, 004 and 0011. Is that correct? Ms. Moore?
That's correct.
I don't know if we should
This
vote
was-
for them again, or if we can just leave it as is.
I would bring it back to the floor and make a new motion without those 2 in it.
If I could bring a motion back for the items that were just passed, 001 through 6. I'm sorry, 001, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 11.
11 is removed. so-
11's been removed.
I know, but that's what we passed, right? So
Oh,
I
you're
was
bringing it back.
I'm
yes.
trying to bring back
Yeah.
what we,
I
right?
get it.
Okay.
Okay. So we now have back on the floor 001, 002, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. So we're bringing back to the floor now, all except we're taking out 004 and 0011.
Correct.
Okay. So that's 001, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. 001, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay. Any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the board? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Madam
And
Chair.
items 004 and 0011 were removed.
Correct, and I just want to point out, we will make this more user-friendly for you for the next one, but this was our attempt. If you remember our discussion where we wanted to leave numbers and not remove them. So this was our attempt at leaving those numbers and not reshuffling around the order to confuse people. So I'll make it clearer on here that those were removed for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulman. I am personally fine. I have a great team here that will help me do this in the proper way. So I appreciate staff for your efforts, and we'll continue to work this until we get it in an efficient manner. So 0012 and 0014 was also removed. So may I have a motion to move item 0013, 0015, 0016, 0018, 0019, and 0020 to the floor?
So moved.
Second?
Is there any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the board? All in favor, oh, Ms. Levinson?
I just had a quick question on 0020, that follow-up that was sent to us. Were those the original, I was trying to look back on the original contract. Were those the original amounts on the contract that were deducted for the 11, 12, and 8, 9 exams?
I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson, could you please repeat the question?
The amount that was deducted from the contract, 800 and something thousand, are those the numbers from the original contract that we gave?
Yes, they are, minus the seniors that the state is not covering. The seniors are covering the juniors.
Excuse me?
So our SAT contract, as written, both provided SAT school day, which we are used to thinking about, which is administered in the junior year, the 11th grade year. The state is picking up that component of it. We as a district also allow and pay for seniors to take a concordance assessment with the SAT. So the amount that is being reduced is that being covered by the state for the SAT school day. But we are maintaining the coverage for the seniors.
It says it was 3 buckets that were being reduced. The SAT 11th, the SAT 12th, and the PSAT 8 and 9. It says on the summary here, those are the 3 numbers that were added up to come to the 800 and something thousand.
That was the original contract that we had, covered those 3 domains. We are taking out the SAT 8, 9, which is not being
do
given.
those numbers coincide with what was in the original
Yes.
contract?
Yes.
That's the totality
Yes.
of the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of items 0013, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 20 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 0017 to the floor?
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Levinson?
7 or 17?
17. 1-7.
I don't think I had that one. I think mine was 7. Yeah.
That was me.
Okay, Ms. Leonardi? Okay.
Yeah, so I just had some questions about this item. You know, we are down students, so I'm wondering why we're ordering more stuff for graduation.
Yeah. So we'll, through the chair, we'll have Mr. Sarah here. So, yeah, we're down students, but at the high school level, the enrollment's not down. It's the level is similar. So I'll let him explain.
Okay. And then my other question is, so it's my understanding that some of this increase of spend authority is in part because of outstanding orders. Can someone explain that to me?
Good afternoon, Mary Coker, Director, Procurement and Warehousing Services. Basically, the outstanding orders is the way the process is. The invoices come to the schools or to the locations, and as I explained, sorry, I need to catch my breath. The orders, the invoices might have taken longer to process because the schools, with COVID, they had to rush out of the schools, and then they took longer to come back. So there was a delay in processing of invoices. So there's a backlog of those invoices. But they're being worked on after this item passes. And this is from an operational perspective, so Mr. Serra can discuss further.
Good afternoon. Sean Serra, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. So in our response, we tried to capture everything that we had to add or basically is included with anything within the bid. When this bid originated 3 years ago, we had less clubs, we had less initiatives, and a lot of things have enhanced. And then with the pandemic last year, we were trying to do everything we could to provide a senior experience for these kids, despite the fact that they were off property. So we found that some of the schools did a little extra and above in a consistent manner with regards to awards and acknowledgments and cords and stuff that they have traditionally experienced when they were able to walk the stage. So we're coming to the end of this bid, and we are asking for some additional spend authority so that we can properly honor the class of 2021.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you for the follow-up from my question originally. I want to make sure that the next bid includes all of this. This amount to add each year to the scope of the contract is way too much. So I want to make sure when you go out to bid again that it's all encompassing and we're not going to see this continue.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. And just in terms of the broader scale of costs associated with graduations, I know last year there actually was a significant savings because we did not end up using the facilities that we normally would have. So outside of this, I totally concur with Ms. Levinson. We need to have a better handle on what it is we really anticipate these costs to be. But in the larger scale for costs for our graduates, it actually was a savings, considering what we were able to save in some of those other areas. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Good?
I'm sorry, I didn't get to ask this question ahead of time. I know this is, again, caps, gowns, announcements, and honor cords, but many other schools, I believe, have different cords for different types of activities. Are those expenses absorbed by the school budgets?
Yes, absolutely. But they are captured as part of this bid. So when they do spend it, even though it's coming out of their budget or their internal account, it's still being captured in our total spend.
So that's what I was going to ask. So
Yeah.
it's still part of your total new award amount?
Yes.
Even though the schools are paying for it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just the big umbrella.
This will 100% cover us with 100% certainty to get us through until the new bid is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. All in favor of item 0017 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 002 to the floor?
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Korn. Any public input on 002? Ms. Korn?
This was where I was asking from the custodial chemicals, and the response it came to me after we pulled these. So I actually have my response. So I understand that the cost did go up based on recalculation of kind of our COVID months rather than our pre-COVID months. So I appreciate staff looking into that just to make sure that this is smooth and you all don't have to come back to us. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of 002 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 007 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Aladaff, and I know we have a gentleman that wants to speak to this item. Come right to the microphone, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Runsey and staff. My name is John Heron. I'm here on behalf of National Chemical Laboratories, Inc., and we're here to speak with regard to this particular agenda item. We've forwarded each of you correspondence outlining our concerns concerning this particular bid, specifically as it relates to the floor cleaning component of this particular purchase, because it's they're being lumped together with hand cleaner or hand sanitizer as well. As we outlined in our letter to each of you, our concern is twofold. Number one is that the acquisition of this product has not, in fact, gone through a competitive bid process as is being suggested in the staff report. And the reason for that, and based upon our research, is that the product that the school board is acquiring through this process didn't come to existence until you all put out an RFI about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and my client, as well as the service provider that you're acquiring this product from, created these formulas and submitted them to your staff for testing. So the point is that this contract dates back to 2017. How could this product have been part of that bid process if it didn't exist until 2020? And in fact, if you go on the website of this company today and you put in this information about this particular product, it doesn't come up. It is not available for acquisition by anyone. What we suspect here is that there's kind of been a backdoor entering of this in. Oh, it's the service provider. It was publicly bid at one point in time, so therefore it's okay to do so. That's not what the law says. That's not what your rules and procedures say. It has to be a part of the public bid process. Furthermore, as we've explained, number two is the cost proposal. You're providing for a substantial increase in the value of this contract compared to what you're currently being provided. If a core value of this board is to provide for accountability, I would suggest that this is not the way to go about doing this. Have a fair, open, competitive bid process that is unbiased, available to everyone, to find out what the true cost of this product is to this school board and to the taxpayers of Broward County. And then go about selecting the product that fits best based upon that invitation to bid, that my client is more than willing to compete evenly and fairly against anyone. We would ask that you not move forward with this. You maintain the status quo until your staff has an opportunity to do this
Thank
properly.
you for your comments.
Thank
Any
you
other
very much.
public input on item 007?
Thank you for your time.
Certainly.
Natalie Lynch Walsh. I got to say, I was not the least bit interested in this item, but I am now. Of course, it does have a piggyback agreement and all the other fun things that tend to go along with interesting board items. So I'm not going to speak very long because I haven't even looked at this item, but in case you're questioning whether this district ever has interesting circumstances surrounding and how you select a vendor, I'll just say Recordex and Lenovo.
Any other public input? Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Maybe if staff can assist a little bit. In the backup that was provided, the protest was included, but this was, can you just clarify between the protest that was just mentioned and the protest that was given as the backup, and if there's a difference? Because what he's described is different than the protest information that we're seeing.
So through the chair, if I may lead in just about some general comments on this item, and then I'll let Ms. Coker talk specifically about the protest. I just want to mention to the board that in some instances, we conduct an RFI to solicit information from our vendors and then use that information to determine the best procurement method. So the best procurement method may be an ITB, it may be an RFP, and it may be a piggyback. Our board policy allows us to do a piggyback. So the gentleman was correct. We did do an RFI. We gathered information, and we determined that the best procurement vehicle for this item was a piggyback. The second thing I want to address is we talked about a difference in cost structures. And I just want to acknowledge for the board that when we look at these two systems, there is a difference in the systems. One of them is a little bit more user-friendly. I'm not going to get overly technical, but there is justification or rationale for a difference in the cost system. So I just wanted to lead in by addressing those two items. One, a piggyback is a procurement vehicle that the board allows us to use based on some information that we gained in the RFI. And two, the pricing structure between the two systems that we're referencing are different, which justifies a different pricing structure. With that, I'll pause and I'll defer to Ms. Coker about the protest specifically. Are you clear on the question around the protest? Or do you need?
Yes, I believe I am, and I will speak on behalf of, I don't want to get into rehashing the protest, as we had a protest committee meeting that adjourned at the end of the school year, and the outcome was that we needed to withdraw the responses. Therefore, it is our job as the Procurement and Warehousing Services Department to find a solution for the PPO and facility staff to be able to use the floor care system. So it is correct, we did an RFI, we worked diligently, we tested products, our PPO facilities tested products where we identified three floor care systems that are user-friendly, more green, environmentally better for our schools. There were complaints. Risk management had issues about the previous system that we were using, odor, et cetera. So there was a reason why we needed to find a solution and an alternate. So the truth of the matter is that by piggybacking off this contract agreement, there was competitive solicitation, there was competitive bidding, because if not, we could not have piggybacked off as the state statute requires us to do so in our policy, in the Administrative Act, as well as our Policy 3320. So we did publicly procure this through the consortium, which did that competitive bidding, and we are piggybacking off. Now, we've identified 3 systems which do not include the previous vendor that we had, which is here today. Therefore, this is the correct vehicle by which we are recommending to have. I wanted to clarify on the prices as well, which was not provided a comparison, but the letter stated from the vendor that the prices were a lot different. I have here, and it was provided on the follow-up. We provided you a list or a spreadsheet here that had 4 products. I know that we gave you the bid price, so if you can refer to that, I'm going to speak on behalf of the Restore, the Gloss Restore. The bid price that we're paying through ProLink for a new system that's eco-friendly, not comparable to the one we had before, We're currently going to pay $37.48. We were paying $43.28 with the prior vendor. On the floor finish, we are going to be paying $47.97 versus $46.85. So you'll see it's slightly a dollar over for a better product, healthier product. The neutral cleaner, which are the detergents, we're going to be paying $30.85 where we were paying before $31.04. And I think the wax remover is really the one where we were having the most issues with because of the odors that don't meet the standards, and the facilities can speak on behalf of those technical standards. We're going to be paying $49.55, and the previous price was $34.28. So that's really the one where we're going to be paying more, but that's the one where we had the issues and the complaints that were not in our safety standards. Having that said, this is a viable piggyback where we are allowed to piggyback from, and ProLink is one vendor of the 3 systems that facilities approved. Therefore, what we're planning on doing is we're going to go back and research to find additional piggybacks where we have the other 2 systems available as well. But due to the constraint of time and COVID and the low resources that we have across the district, we wanted to make sure, which if you notice the time from when we had the protest end to today, we really did our due diligence, and we worked diligently to ensure that we can provide a solution to the schools for school cleaning, which is when the schools use this product in the summer. So we brought forth a solution that is cost effective, and we also included the foam soap, which if you can see on our board documents, that we provided a reduction in price as well for the foam, for the soap that we're currently using. So we indeed plan on bringing additional piggybacks because our policy allows us to piggyback while having an RFP. Should the board decision be to also, we can also go out to bid, but this was an interim solution that needed to be resolved in efforts to ensure that the schools can have the products that they needed by summer.
Ms. Coyne?
Thank you. So thank you for all of the explanation. That's very helpful. So if I understand correctly, originally this was an ITB. During the protest, there was an agreement that we were going to withdraw the ITB. Then in the process, because they're in italics, it refers to the fact that when there's a protest, we have an ability to do an extension of an existing contract. But instead, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but instead we decided to pursue a piggyback that offered one of the 3 that our own internal PPO had recommended. Is that correct so far?
Yes, and thank you I didn't touch on that point, and I apologize because you did ask the question. You're correct. When there's a protest, everything stops. So this vendor, for over a year because of COVID, from the time that the protest started to now, it was over a year where we were still buying and sourcing that product because we needed to continue. And we felt that it was a year too much. So that's why we didn't extend it any longer, because it had already been a year that we had continued to use that product while we were sitting, waiting to get a committee in place and follow the process for the protest committees. So it was over a year that we continued to source a product from this vendor that we were having issues from a quality perspective. And the protest was specifically on bid specifications of the chemicals. That was what the original protest was for bid specifications.
Okay, and so in following this, then we did a piggyback, which we're obviously allowed to do. So that's the process that we decided to choose. I guess for me, the question just is, why are we necessarily doing it for 3 years? For this reason, is we normally would have just done an extension, and then we would have done obviously something shorter than the 3 years. And because there were three different systems that were approved, this one, although I understand it's 2 out of the 4 categories where the cost was more, it happens to be the 2 categories that we buy the most of the product, right? The pails and the floor finish pails and the floor finish remover is what we buy the most of. So that's where the greatest cost impact is. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, would it make sense to do a piggyback on a shorter period of time so that we can then determine of the 3 systems, if they're all systems that are acceptable and some of the others are less costly in terms of, again, if it's more eco-friendly and so forth, it may be something that is more valuable to us, so we pay more for it. But I just wonder, does it make sense to pay back on 3 years? If we're going to pay more in these areas, is it possible the other systems, if we did go back out for an ITB, might provide us some cost savings less than what this cost increase is?
I agree, and thank you for that. Indeed. So the piggyback is a vehicle by which we can always have on the side. The fact that we have a piggyback, we normally, when we piggyback for the contract of that actual piggyback. We can't do it more than that actual time period. So having that solution there doesn't impede us from going out and getting additional piggybacks or actually going out to bid, which is what we're going to do. This is an interim solution that allows us to use this system today, test it today, while we get the other 2 systems that are still available. And ultimately, we'll decide, facilities will come back and say, well, of the 3 systems, this is the best one we have. Then we could either go out to bid, we can direct negotiate, we can do so many things to find that system. But right now, we have 3 systems that are available. This was the quickest, the fastest, and the most efficient way to come and provide that solution to PPO that they needed immediately. We can and we will go out to bid, and we will bring forth additional piggybacks. I have no issues if it is the will of the board to reduce the amount. We only do the amount up to the time frame of what the piggyback is. So if Ms. Myrick says we can do it for 1 year, that's fine. I don't know if 1 year is enough time for PPO to test the product in the actual setting. I know that there's 3 systems, so I would like not have the time to test all 3 products and then have to come back to the board and say, well, 1 year with how things are moving with COVID, to come back and extend another year, even though we knew that the piggyback lasted 3 years. We don't have to use it for 3 years. It just sits there as an alternative solution that is always going to be available, because that's allowed in our policy.
So thank you for that. So this is what I guess I would ask, is we have 2 opportunities.
And it is 1 year, I'm sorry.
Oh, I read it as.
No, it ends on this one. April.
It's through April 30th, 2022.
Yes, okay, so, but the reality in this district is, when there are renewals, we rarely, we typically exercise the renewals. So we don't usually go out for ITBs and so forth. If there's still renewals available, if the product's working, there's not an odor, whatever the concern is, we usually go ahead and do the renewals.
Not as much as before.
So through the chair, I think your point, Mrs. Korn, is a good point. I do want to reiterate that we are viewing this as an interim solution.
Okay.
And we will be going back out to market. Your point is well taken.
Okay, the reason I know this seems like, well, this is minor, but in just this one specific area, it's a 1.8 million spend. And if we could even find a few $100,000, we are spending so much more in our buildings right now because of PPE, that if this is an area where we wouldn't have to spend more here. I mean, we just had another item where, because of COVID, there was a substantial increase in what the spend authority asked was. So I would just rather us try to mitigate this at all possible, which is why I'm asking. I don't have a problem with doing the piggyback. I appreciate the process, but I'm just concerned that it would go beyond that 1 year. So I guess I would ask for staff to be cognizant of that in this case, and not necessarily look at this as one where we would go ahead and exercise the renewal without going through a significant process of assuring that this is the one system that makes the most sense for us from a financial aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you. I had asked about this at the agenda planning meeting, and the answer is not satisfactory. I had asked to compare the prices on this compared to what we were paying. You just gave the prices now. I asked for them last week to be able to see if there was a difference, and got an answer saying that we're using a different product. They can't give me that answer. That's a big problem, that there are 3 floor care systems. I happen to know a little bit about this. 3 floor care systems, where we're paying 45% now for the remover, and no information was given. I've now received all the information, but Mr. Runcie, I have a serious problem when I'm asking questions about the costs of things and can't get the correct responses sent. So I will just say that the 3 floor care systems need to be compared in terms of price, because that is a large increase. Obviously, it's not apples to apples, so it may be in the realm of what the product is, but we have no way of knowing that because it's only one of them and we don't know what the other 2 are.
Yes,
So I'm not speaking to the bid protest or any part of that. I'm talking about when you made a decision to go with a new type of product because you believed it was a better product, it's incumbent upon us to compare it to the other 2 and then see whether this price is in line or not. Because right now it's in a piggyback, so someone's using it. I don't know who's using it. I haven't looked at it to figure out who's using it, but we do need to compare the 3. And I'm just worried that if I had not brought it up, this would have been the only one we would be using. So I want to make sure that it becomes a practice going forward, that we look at what all the opportunities are so that we can make sure we're availing the best price for the district.
So through the chair, and thank you for that, Ms. Levingston. I take accountability for that. I know staff struggled a bit with their level of comfort in comparing the items because they're different in kind of the solution, but there still should be a need or the ability to compare the items and then articulate what the differences may be. So I take accountability for not doing that in the response, but we can do that and provide that information. I think Mary Coker did a good job of giving you the prices today, but we could have responded better on this item, and that's my fault, and I apologize for that.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that we are comparing the other 2 floor systems to this one moving forward.
We will, and if it is the will of the board, we can, this is 1 year, so we will, before we bring back, we have to bring back an item because this is for 1 year. We have to bring back an item that will provide that comparison by all 3. And by that time, they would have already used it, and there would be a better data as to which one we would go with. So I apologize because of the time from when the protest meeting ended. We basically had 2 months. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't without a product to provide the cleaning for the schools. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Yeah, I had also brought this up at the workshop because the amount of money is concerning, and when we look at, when you gave us the numbers, the increase from this, for this product as opposed to the other products is almost 70% increase in cost. Right. Because you said $34.28, and now we're paying $49.55. So when you do the math, that's almost, yeah, $49.55. Yeah, it was 45 for a different one. Anyway, when you, it's almost 70%. So I appreciate it's more eco-friendly, but it seems like that's an excessive increase, and we are looking at a large chunk of money. So I just would also like to see those comparisons and see how we can be more effective, cost-effective in this.
Well noted.
Ms. Alladale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for Mr. Woods. What did you mean by you said rationale difference of cost systems?
Through the chair, what I was referring to, and both Mary and Ms. Coker and I touched on it, the products that we're using in this bid are more eco-friendly. It's a different solution, and that justifies, in some regards, a different in pricing from the previous solution that we were using. That's what I was referring to. And
I can repeat that if the phone rings.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, so it really has to do with the ingredients, if you will, that are in the products are different. One of them is more eco-friendly, which in some instances usually has a premium associated with that, and that's what I was referring to.
Okay, and Ms. Meyer, has there been any policies, district policies that have been violated?
Not that I'm aware of. I know Tom Cooney reviewed this particular item and the piggyback for legal content, not for the ingredients or whatever, but legally the item is sufficient.
Okay. And did this go through a competitive procurement process?
So when you piggyback, you're piggybacking off another department, agency, or consortium that already did the competitive solicitation. That is the only way that we are allowed to piggyback if it's been competitively solicited per state statutes and per our policy 3320.
Okay. So for me, it's substantially a greater financial increase, and therefore I can't support this. Thank you.
Ms. Good.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. So I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things. I know Ms. Corn stepped away, but Ms. Corn's concern was that it's beyond 1 year. However, the contract doesn't have any renewals, correct?
No, when we have to do a renewal, and I believe you brought this up in a prior board meeting, we must come to the board for renewal.
Correct, but even the document that's before us doesn't even have the ability, doesn't incorporate any additional renewals.
No,
It's just a
there
1
is
year.
none.
Okay. My questions are more specifically with, to Ms. Myrick, the piggyback entity that we are dealing with, Panhandle Area Educational Consortium. I guess they're a consortium on the northern part of the state. They do services for smaller districts. Their initial bid was for 1 year with 3 additional 1-year extensions. And then they somehow extended it for an additional year because of COVID. Does that present any issues for us?
No, not if they have a current valid contract. It does not.
Even though it's beyond what their initial contract, I don't know if their initial.
Well, I don't know how
bid
they did that. I don't
Right.
think we went back to do it, but if the contract that they have currently is valid, at which we assuming it is because they're using it, then we can piggyback off of that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? So let me ask staff this. What happens if this item is not approved today?
If this item is not approved today, our facilities and physical plant operations may not have a solution for cleaning the schools in time for the June timeframe, which is when they start cleaning, which is why we rushed to try to get a solution in place now for the end of February, March timeframe, for them to begin the transition of products and training, et cetera, that takes time from now to June, July, and I think Mr. Dorsett might be able to explain more from a school operational perspective. Again, I just want to reiterate, this is interim for now while we come back and bring additional vendors.
And I would like to hear from Mr. Dorsett, and I want to just take a moment to explain the way that our process works. When we go to public comment, we take all public comment at that time. Once we shift the board and staff discussion, our process doesn't allow me to go back and forth. So I don't want it to appear that I'm ignoring this gentleman that's here, but I'm just following the process, sir. Mr. Dorsett?
Madam Chair, I have 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm a representative of the company.
Yes, sir, but once our public comment phase closed, public comment is closed. So when I asked for public comment, he came up and spoke, we waited. That was the time for you to come up and do public comment. I don't have a way of of moving back to it. Mr. Dorsett?
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Board members, and Superintendent.
Mr. Dorsett?
I apologize. Yeah, we are looking forward to this product being used, us piggybacking off of this bid. This is gonna help us with our top-down cleaning in preparation for the beginning of the schools. And this is our busiest time of the year to get the schools ready and prepared for the opening of schools. So we couldn't do without a product to make sure that we're in good shape. So yeah, it's important that we have a product that we can use immediately.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Runcie?
Yeah, I just wanted, Ms. Coker and staff, I know one of the reasons why one of the components is a little bit higher. You'd mentioned it is a more environmentally friendly product. So my question, is there an alternative if, we choose not to get something that says environmentally friendly? What are the options to bring that cost down? Are there any?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Runcie, for your question. I believe that is a question that has to be directed at facilities which approves these floor care systems. If they find one that is less user-friendly at a more economic price, and that's acceptable by the standards that they have, then we'll make sure that we go out and procure a vehicle for which they can source that from.
And basically, what we do is we verify with the risk management department to make sure that whatever we use comply with the school's specifications. So it's not that we can go out and use anything. Whatever we use has to meet the standards.
So, through the chair, I mean, what I'd like to be able to do is to have staff spend a little more time to see if there are some alternatives to that, and just really explore that. If there's not, then we'll bring back what we have. But I would like to take maybe at least a couple weeks, if that's the time you need, Mr. Dorsett.
Yes, sir.
Does that approach make sense to you all?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess it's up to the board, but I'd like to see if we can bring this back in the next board meeting. If there's not going to be an issue with that, then Ms. Coker can advise us if that's a possibility.
Okay, that's why I was asking the questions earlier, because I felt the unrest of moving forward, but I didn't want to have us move forward and make decisions that could potentially have collateral damage. So,
Yes.
are you acknowledging Ms. Coker at this time, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, I'd like for Ms. Coker to let us know if it's possible to bring it back to the next meeting so I can give the team a little more time to see what alternatives are there, and so we can have some cost comparisons, or no?
Mr. Runcie, thank you for your question. Approving this today doesn't impede for that exercise to take place, okay? What happens is that exercise, it's taken a year for them to identify these systems. Therefore, even if PPO comes now and finds an alternative, we still have to source it. And we're not gonna have enough time by June. There's no product unless the board desires to continue to use the previous product, which risk management had an issue with using because of the chemicals. Then if that's the will of the board, then we will continue to use the old product, and then we'll take the time to find all the good solutions. But the protest committee meeting said that we had to withdraw the bids and find a solution. We found an interim solution. That doesn't mean that we can't preclude the department from doing the exercise that you wish to be done simultaneously, and we can come back in 3 weeks, 1 month or less time frame and bring the solution in place.
So, Mr. Runcie, you're talking about bringing this back to the next board meeting?
That's not enough time.
But she's saying that's not enough time to do that.
Evaluate the product.
Okay, so then now it puts me in a dilemma as a board member, because I have a time element that I'm being forced to apply to, and then I'm trying to be fiscally responsible. So it's not enough time is kind of unacceptable from my perspective when we're trying to come to a solution and be able to make an intelligent vote, that we have questions answered, that we feel that we did our due diligence in going forward. I saw Ms. Levinson's hand, and then I'll go around the board again.
For me, as I said, there are 3 floor care systems that are approved. In order for me to be able to consider approving this, I need to know what the cost of the other 2 floor care systems are for the remover. So for me, I wanted to make a motion to move it to postpone to the next school board meeting where we can look at have the information on the 2 other floor care systems.
Is there a second on that motion? It will depend if the author of the motion takes the friendly amendment.
Did you want to hear the friendly amendment? Would be to have, at Mr. Runcie's direction, added it on to a workshop so we don't have to wait another month, since we're talking about time.
The motion was to bring it back to the next board meeting,
Add
correct?
it like a special, like a special meeting in front of a workshop.
Well, why don't we say to bring it back as soon as they have the information available, the latest being the next regular scheduled school board meeting.
Is that a
would you
motion? Is
second
there a
that?
second for that motion? It's been motioned by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert. Any input from the public on bringing this item back to the next school board meeting? If you guys, now gentlemen, this is the time that you can speak. To the motion of bringing it back as what? Restate the motion, Ms. Levinson.
Okay, the motion is to bring it back at the latest to the next regular scheduled school board meeting to compare and have the pricing for the 3 floor care systems.
So you have to speak on the motion of comparing the prices to the 3 floor care systems. I just want to be clear, so I'm following the process. Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Board. I'm Max Hampshire of National Chemical Laboratories. I wanted actually to, because of the legality of all of this, I wanted to pass my 3 minutes, please, to our representative. They can speak better on my behalf.
Okay.
I have 3 minutes, and they are representing us, so I would just want them to speak on my behalf.
So we're on the motion to bring this back with the comparison of the floor prices. I just want to restate that because I don't want to have to
I understand.
stop the gentleman from speaking if he starts speaking to something else that's not on the floor.
No, I understand, and I'd like Mr. John Heron to represent
Yes,
me.
sir.
Madam Chair, members, John Heron again on behalf of NCL. Understand the limitations, so I'll be to the point. To Member Levinson's question and the motion is that, again, to find out what the price is and then procure that service. None of these products have been competitively procured at any point in time.
And I'm sorry, the motion on the floor is to bring the item back to compare the pricing of the 3 floor items. So I just want to be clear, the process and all of that, that's not what we're voting on here.
Understood,
and I'm so
but
sorry.
when we come back, at that point in time, next board meeting, when you bring this back, the same issue is going to be before you, in my humble opinion.
And you'll be able to speak to
that
it.
the amendment, that the amendment that you have done doesn't accomplish the end product that you are trying to do here, which is be fiscally responsible and procure a product that staff needs. We meet both of those, and the status quo is the right thing to do, because you're not going to get the answer that you want and that you will need in order to then proceed through a competitive process that meets the requirements of your code. So while I will be here and I will speak to the issue again, there are a number of things that have been said here that went into the making of the motion and what you all are considering here that I would like to address, and I'm not going to take up your time here. I will schedule, to the extent possible, and you all will provide me the courtesy to meet with you all individually and explain to you some of the things that have been said here today and how we've gotten to this point. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to me, but there's much more to this and to this amendment that is before you than what has been discussed here and identified. And certainly I would like the opportunity to address those issues and be able to put you all in a position where you're making an informed decision on behalf of the school board, staff, and just as importantly, the taxpayers of Broward County. And I don't believe that we're at that point, but I appreciate the opportunity that Member Levinson's motion will provide me an opportunity to do that and share with all of you our concerns. Thank you.
Ms. Mark, I'm going to ask if your office can follow up with this gentleman to explain the process. I certainly want to give him every opportunity he can for expression, but I have a process I have to follow in board meeting, and it really puts me in a difficult place. So if you could just offline, if you could work with him so that he can find the proper way to accomplish his goal. I don't want to cut him off, but then I can't have everyone beginning to come up and speak off the item or the amendment. So I'm trying to navigate within the boundaries today.
I have a
but also
copy of
be
his letter,
sensitive.
so we will be in touch with him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on just a minute. Mr. Runcie had a comment, and then we'll go back around to the board again.
So with the assistance of staff to clarify, so there was Ms. Coker, so we went through a bid protest in the process that essentially had us rescind all of those responses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that means we have no solution that we can do unless we do a piggyback, because there is not enough time between now and when the facilities team needs to use it. So there is no other way to do this. So we have to have some vehicle like this. The question on the table is that the board would like to at least get a comparison of the three options that are here, so we select the most economical one we can, given that may not be an optimal solution. While we're doing that, there is a clear understanding and direction from this board that we're going to work as quickly as possible to go out and redo that process so we can actually get somebody selected as we should. We wouldn't be at this point if there wasn't a protest, right? Because we would have been able to bring a solution to the board. So that's the essence of where we are and why we have to do this the way we're doing it.
Thank you, Ms. Corn.
Thank you. So, Mr. Runcie, based on your comments, you're suggesting then that we approve this as it is so that, but staff will immediately start doing the full process, or?
Well, I'd like to go back and bring it back to the next board meeting with the comparisons that were requested. I think that makes sense. It's just being totally transparent.
Right.
But I'm just trying to explain that no matter who comes up and whatever they say, we have no option but to actually look for a piggyback, which is a competitively bid instrument, which we can utilize by state statute so we can solve this issue. And meanwhile we're doing that, we can work to resolve the situation that occurred, which is we had the protest, which essentially threw the timeline and everything off. We can restart that process like now, or whenever, now is Ms. Coker shaking her head, so we can get something to the board long before we get into another year.
So I get, through the chair, I guess what my question then would be, if we're going to go through the process anyway, and I believe there was an indication that timing was critical to make sure that we have enough of the product. Is there going to be a lack of the ability to be able to take care of our floors between this school board meeting and that school board meeting if we don't act today?
No, I think a couple of weeks isn't going to create a serious
what I
problem.
asked
A
for.
month or two
Perfect.
would absolutely do so, but a couple of weeks, we should be able to still.
We just
manage
never
it.
want to hear after a board meeting that, oh, well, now we don't have product for a week, right? So that's why I'm asking that specific question.
So
Yeah, but that
to
was
that-
the question I asked earlier about the collateral damage, because I wanted to make sure that we were not making a decision that we would have
Right,
collateral
even for
damage.
just one meeting. So, and then the other question I have is, I fully concur with Ms. Levinson's request that all three systems be priced in terms of piggybacking. But because we've identified at this stage, at least, we'd have to piggyback, I just want to make sure that we don't have an issue that if all three systems aren't already in a contract that we can piggyback, it will still be brought, meaning if we know one of them is, right? So I don't know if the other two that have been identified are already in a piggyback available contract. So I guess my only comment then, Ms. Levinson, is I just want to make sure that this gives staff the flexibility to bring back whatever it is they find on a piggyback. If it's only one other of the systems rather than two, that we still need to see it, and then at that point, it would just be brought back to us with the caveat, understanding that there wasn't a piggyback for one of the systems.
Exactly. Thank you, Ms. Corn. There wasn't. That's why we needed more time to continue to look. I can tell you that there's not one with all three. So the purpose of the exercise was to do all three eventually and have all three, allow facilities to do their thing, identify and obviously do a cost comparison, which wasn't done because we could not find a piggyback for those prices, so we didn't have. Again, this is a timing issue. I wish I would have had more time. Would we have had more time? For sure, we would have brought a cost comparison. This is part of our job, and we do this as part of our job. So the fact that there wasn't a price comparison, it wasn't because we left it out. Unfortunately, this was a solution that we had for now. The idea is to bring possibly 3 piggybacks that have these 3 systems, and then PPO will decide based on the product, the usage, the cost is going to partake in the decision as to which one is the best one. Maybe we have to use 2. The demand, there's so many factors that play into which one is going to be used. The whole point was that we can't continue to use the previous one, so we needed to move forward, and this was the only vehicle by which we could do so interimly until we found and provide the board what they want, which is the price comparison and the solution that's going to be the one that's going to be used by PPO in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. We have 1 opposed, Ms. Alladap. Okay. All in favor of the original item as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to move item 0010 to the floor?
Second.
It's been,
I thought we were postponing it to the next meeting.
that's what your amendment was. That's what the amendment was. That's what the amendment was.
But then I think you voted on the whole thing, so.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Thank you.
As amended.
Thank you.
I'm a certified parliamentarian. I got the as amended, yes. So it's coming back, yes. Can we move item 0010 to the floor?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on 0010? Okay. I have Ms. Murray.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone here to answer questions?
Yeah, 0010, yes.
I'm Valerie Wanson, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. I will do my best.
Okay, the question on this item was, were we going to spend the total amount of the grant? Now, my question to this is, a grant is awarded to us to create or set something up. My concern is, once that money runs out, how is this program going to support itself? And usually I'm aware that funds accumulated from student fees are usually used for the future expenses of a program. This program, though, I can foresee that there'll be additional expenses for software to enrich this program as time goes on, because this CNC machine setup is a ongoing process. The mechanisms change constantly. The software really steers the operation, and that changes, and there's modernization that goes with it. So what my concern is, once this money is expended, will we see the funds to maintain the program? Will the student funds be the subsidy, or do we have additional funds come from another resource?
So, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So the program or the funds from the workforce fund that actually funds these programs for their continuation will be the main source. I do know that yesterday, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, We did receive 2 other grants for additional apprenticeship programs that is just over $500,000. But historically, as the programs are created and they are sustained, they are self-sustaining or they are supplemented by the actual workforce fund. If that is, and Ms. Marte can help me. If not, then I will certainly have Mr. Crawford assist us in doing a follow-up for you. But historically, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you put something in your mouth. Go ahead.
So through the chair, year over year.
Your mic, Ms. Marte.
Year over year, Mr. Crawford, because of tremendous performance in the program, gets a budget increase from the state that generally exceeds several $1 million. So I expect that if there are not specific funds awarded under this grant program, he would be able to continue the services through those additional funds he gets year over year.
Okay, because this is in other words, we originally had a program similar to, based at Sheridan that dried up. And then we are reintroducing this program, which is a very viable career in this time and era, because manufacturing in the United States is opening wide open. It's steadily growing. So the timing of this is perfect. I just want to make sure that, like I say, because I know the software that's involved with this type of machinery is ongoing, and I just want to make sure that we have the monies and the subsidy to keep this alive, because it's, like I said, it's something that's it can provide such opportunity for young people and people making a change in their career also. So if I can get some sort of understanding.
Mr. Crawford is actually emailing and texting me. He said the workforce allocation will sustain the program.
Okay, super. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Dr. Wanza answered my question earlier, but I did want to just make the statement, I guess, and this was just for clarification because the question was asked, that the Education Pathways to Career Opportunity Grant is basically fully, not fully, there's a little bit available in terms of some operational, but my question was, does this absorb the majority of what's remaining in the grant, or is there more dollars available for additional support? But I'm thrilled, as always, for any of our apprenticeship programs, but certainly this machinist apprenticeship program, which I've walked through myself, is really exciting. It's I certainly understand why there's an attraction for students to be part of it. So with that said, I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of 0010 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on 0021?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Coyne, second by Ms. Rupert. Any public input on 0021? Any board discussion? Ms. Hickson?
Yes, thank you. I guess I was just kind of confused when it came up all of a sudden. It wasn't on our original agenda. So was there something that happened to the roof that all of a sudden this came as an added item on the agenda? I guess is my question.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Jeff Moquin, Chief of Staff. So the item was added just from a timing perspective. When we were working, first of all, the genesis of the item is there's been repetitive roof leaks that have been impacting the 14th floor. We've worked with PPO to try to resolve them unsuccessfully, and working to try to find a better solution, or a solution that works. This was felt the only way that we can truly address the problem. The issue with the item being added is purely an issue of timing. In working with the vendor in order to try to schedule the work, we found out that they had an opening where they could do it, and it necessitated it to go on this board in order to get it approved so that we could confirm the timing and set the date. So I think they can get it done during spring break or something to that effect in March if we got it to this board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Aladow?
Thank you. So I guess I looked at this a little bit differently. We're wanting to fix our roof here at the Casey Wright building, but I know that we have a plethora of schools that need their roofs fixed. And for me, I see that more of a priority to fix the roofs in our schools first. And so how is that decided, the prioritizing, a leak's a leak, whether it's here and whether it's in my office on the 14th floor, but at a school, that for me, that takes more of a priority to be fixing. And so I'd like to understand the thought process of how you're prioritizing which roof to fix first.
Well, I don't think it's an issue of prioritizing. They were kind of going on separate tracks. I do know, like, the solution to repair this roof is vastly different than the re-roofing that we're doing at a lot of the schools through the SMART program. And so I don't think it's that this work is superseding that work. Those works are continuing to be scheduled to go through the permitting process and what have you. This is a different application and a different solution. But I hope Mr. Hayes is still here, or Mr. Dorsett, they can talk to more of what's actually being done relative to the roof and the ability to schedule it this month.
Hi, Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. The KCW roof is a very specialized technology. It is a coal tar roof. It is not in play that we're doing another coal tar roof, to my knowledge, in any of the SMART programs. So they are completely non-competing resources.
But the roofer's a roofer,
The
right?
roofer's a roofer, but not the crew that does this. What came open is there is a crew that specializes in this technology for this vendor that came available to do this building. That does not in any way slow down any SMART work.
Okay, then what is our plan to maintain this roof?
I'm so sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is our plan to maintain the roof once it's fixed?
This is a 10-year system. This was done last after Hurricane Wilma 15 years ago. It's a very successful solution. There will be some maintenance that we'll have to do, but it is really minor compared to the work that's being done in the repair.
Okay, and I'm trying to think of the word. The roof has a warranty.
It
And
does.
so we have to properly maintain the roof to be in compliance with the warranty. So how do you plan on doing that?
We do intend to have preventive maintenance as required, and we can even engage the vendor incidentally if we need to, because we can use them going forward. We used them 2 years ago to get us out of a bad spot where we were having leaks and could not keep you dry on the 14th floor.
Okay, so just to sum up what I heard you say is that this roofer that's going to do this roof would not be used at all for any of our schools' roofs.
I just want to clarify that. The roofing company is, but the roofing crew that does this type of roof is not.
That's correct.
Right? So I don't want the confusion that when somebody says, because this is advanced roofing, they do work in the SMART program, it's the issue of the specialized crew. The type of roof that this building has is very different than schools, and the type of skill set in order to repair it is very different. And so this crew does not work on our schools.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moakman. Thank you.
Ms. Murray?
Yes, when I had reviewed and read this, I was really excited simply because we have several leaks on the 14th floor. I have two. If you notice, there's a trash can on my table. Maybe people just think it's sitting there, but right over the window. And I have another one close to the front window. And there was leaks in the hallway. So the thing is, when we look at a piece of property, we have an investment, especially this building. I mean, it's worth a lot of money. And to maintain and keep the value, you have to take care of it. So I was excited to see that we're finally doing whatever we need to fix this and to stop the leaks. Because you can only replace those panels so many times. And leaks continue to deteriorate the structure of the building. So this is something I think that is valuable for us to do. I know it's sometimes it seems that we're putting the cart before the horse, but again, I said this is a valuable piece of real estate, and it's really fiscally responsible for us to maintain it and take care of it. So If we have a situation where we can take advantage of a company that'll provide the service, then that's what we need to do. So sometimes things work out for the right reasons, but again, this is a very valuable piece of real estate that we're sitting in, and we need to maintain this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I had similar thought process as my colleague, Ms. Al-Hadaf, so I appreciate staff addressing some of her concerns. So I just want to be clear to the comments raised that this in no way would take away from any other projects within our SMART program with our school facilities, knowing that roofing is a serious concern, correct? Can I hear you on the mic, please?
Yes, staff has represented that, given the specialized roof that this building has, that the resources that are going to be utilized in order to make this repair are not going to be diverted from other projects that are ongoing in the district.
And when I read the backup, which was actually quite thorough and very interesting to say the least, you're reconditioning the roof, you're not repairing it, because apparently to replace it would be really cost prohibitive at this point in time, correct?
About 3 times.
Okay. Is your mic on?
It should be on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I never want to assume that, ma'am, and blow your eardrums. It should be about 3 times the cost in front of you were we to replace it. And Mr. Moquin said it so eloquently, this does not in any way diminish the work being done under SMART.
Sure, and then to recondition it, it would then keep our 10-year warranty on it from this point forward, once it's completed, correct?
That is absolutely correct. 10 years from now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of item, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Corn.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. So, 2 questions. There's no question in my mind. I concur with my colleagues that our schools are our priority. At the same time, we still have to care for all of our employees, and in the backup, there was specific reference to the fact that it's multiple departments that are impacted, increasing health concerns among occupying staff. And having been the chair of the facilities task force when we brought tools for schools in, there is no question that there is a significant impact on our employees when we allow for water intrusion and other issues to the exterior of the building and certainly the roofing system. So with that said, in terms of the capacity, because we talk a lot about our roofing companies and how there's a limited capacity of their roofers, because this is a specialized group, is there an impact? Is this in any way delaying any of the projects at any of our schools?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's no impact. They're not going to, Advance isn't going to come and tell us that they've not been able to get another project done because of this one.
No, ma'am. They actually reached out to us and made this offer.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, I agree the priority, but at the same time, priority doesn't mean that we have to overlook the other staff that are also critically important in delivery of the education for our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alada.
Thank you. I just have a question on page 1402, advanced roofing, on their bullet point 12, where it says city or county roofing permit is included. So why are they getting a city permit as opposed to getting a permit from us?
Mrs. Aldef, that is a wonderful question. They will get their permit from us. The fact is, though, when you bring a crane downtown Fort Lauderdale, you probably have to do a maintenance of traffic permit and a whole bunch of other things that will be very involved. So I would expect that they will have to do an interface with the city of Fort Lauderdale, as well as, of course, with our building department.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All in favor of 0021 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I need to make sure I say this properly according to my coach. May I have a motion to move items double letter P1 and double letter P2 to the floor. It's been moved by Ms. Rupert and second by Ms. Good. Is there any public input?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, I hope you mean P as in Paul, because it's hard to tell.
Yeah, double letter P as in Paul.
Okay, thank you. I mean, or you could just say PP, but anyhow. All right, just a reminder, as I have learned actually not to go to the restroom when I think you might be talking about something for the next 10 minutes, because apparently you weren't, and I missed 0021. So anyway, on this one, the job description for the assistant director, I just want to remind everyone that this position would oversee both types of construction sourcing, whatever it's called, strategic sourcing, construction as well as commodities. So in looking for potential candidates, if the candidate cannot offer support on the construction side, because procurement does handle all of that, then that might not be, I'm sorry, oh.
PP2.
Oh, thank you. All right, I ignore a lot of things. So anyway, so if I had a concern, because the prior person I don't think was supervising, this sort of was a position that was created for a specific person back in the day. So this time around, whoever occupies this seat would need to have experience on both sides of the house, not just one, or else we're back to construction sourcing sort of being hung out there on their own and not having someone to go to that has expertise in that area. And I was a little concerned to see the types of degrees, because it says business and then it says finance. Well, finance falls under business. So either you put business, which includes all of the things that fall under it, like accounting, finance, economics, those are all business degrees. Or you don't you either specify or you don't, because if someone has an accounting degree, that is a business-related degree, it's from the School of Business, but they're not specifically named here as a preferred qualification. And of course, the required qualification is any degree, which could be underwater basket weaving, and you're in. So, which I always have a problem with. But anyway, and there was a note in here about increasing the years of experience, yet the problem they were having is that there were too few applicants. So you raise the years of experience, but it's a little unclear as to how this is all working, so I just hope that someone that can truly be supervising the entire function is looked at. And also, if you say business, make sure you mean all types of business, so that you don't throw someone with a business degree that isn't specified on that list into the reject pile. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
So my question was actually on that part of it. Originally it said an earned bachelor's degree in business administration or related field. That was minimum, and then moved to preferred. That business administration or related field, if it just said business or related field, so it covers all of these, which is what it said in the first place. So is it that you're trying to not make it a minimum qualification and making it preferred now? Because I'm not comfortable with just an earned bachelor's degree, period, to be the assistant director of procurement.
So based on, Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity, based off the APS, and I believe the response that we provided to the board through procurement was that we were changing it, and I believe the response showed that it flipped, so the preferred now is being moved to the minimum with all those different degrees plus related field.
Okay, so I have an old one? Yes.
In the APS response, it shows it in the APS response. And I believe,
I gotta say, this is just way too much paperwork for a board meeting, piles coming at different times. I'm having a real problem with meeting once a month and having so much paper all over the place and things not arriving on time, so it's in the response. So what was done with it in the end?
and so in the response, we moved the preferred degrees up to the minimum degrees.
Okay, but that's what you had there to begin with.
No, we added.
You had
we
business
added-
administration or related field, which
Right, but now-
covers all of those you listed. So was there a problem originally, why you weren't accepting people with these other degrees if they applied?
Go ahead, Mary.
So let me,
Maurice.
so Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Let me try to add some context, just a little bit. So during the last board meeting, there was some concern that the revised minimum requirement was too broad. There was a recommendation that we should move the preferred up to the current, and that's what we did, and that was what was put on the board follow-up that we provided. So originally, it just read a bachelor's degree in business administration, which I agree is a broad category, but there is a difference between a business degree and a finance degree, et cetera. So what we did, based on the board feedback, is move those different degrees to include a business degree, finance, engineering, economics, statistics, supply chain, and logistics. We moved that up to the minimum requirement based on board feedback.
Okay, so I'm happy it's in the minimum requirement, but I will tell you what was just said. When you receive a finance degree, you take courses in all of these. So the way you're listing it right now makes it more limiting than if you said business or related field.
That's why we had it like that originally.
But okay, and I must
right?
have missed it. I didn't hear it in the meeting. I apologize. But I can't support doing it like this, where you're going to leave out. You know, I have family members who have finance degrees, and they had to take all of these for finance when they go to business school.
Is there additional response, Ms.
I
Polk?
can't support listing them all like that. It should say business or related field, and it covers all of those.
Through the chair, if I may explain. So business administration, a bachelor's in arts or science, and related fields doesn't include the root of procurement and supply chain, which is supply chain and logistics. When you get a business degree, and I have a business degree, and all the certifications required, you don't do supply chain and logistics, and that's the core of procurement. Therefore, I can't take business and related, because when I ask someone what is business and related, they're not going to include supply chain, materials management, logistics, which is why I had to name them. Even engineering, okay? I've worked for firms where engineers are part of building things, and they require raw material and procurement experience, and they're engineers. So I can't limit it to business, because at the end of the day, procurement, the root of procurement doesn't even constitute business administration. It's just a general degree, which I got and thrown into this position 26 years ago.
Okay, first of all, the degrees have changed a lot in 26 years. What you learn in business school, I will just tell you. So that's not the way it is anymore, but to me, I would say that it should say business or business-related fields. Business-related fields. That encompasses business, finance, economics, statistics. And then you can say engineering, supply chain management, and logistics. But you don't need to list every aspect of business, because you're going to get one that doesn't fit in there where someone is qualified to do the job.
That's
it should
perfect.
say business-related fields.
That's perfect. I'm good with that.
So,
thank you.
you know, I would like to make a motion. I don't know if people want to talk first or talk to this, because I'm going to make a motion on this specific thing.
We do have two other people that would like to talk.
Okay, are you speaking to this item?
Yeah, that item.
Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion for it to read business-related fields, engineering, or supply chain management and logistics
there
for
a second?
minimum qualifications.
I second that.
Ms. Hickson, second.
Minimum qualification, degree in business-related field, engineering, or supply chain management and logistics.
It's been motioned by Ms. Levinson and second by Ms. Hickson. Discussion on that, Ms. Good.
So I brought up issues at it during the planning session because I do think it's important that you say or related field, because there may be something that you're not thinking of, but the person has a vast amount of experience in procurement that doesn't fit these particular degrees that you're mentioning. What I didn't like before, it was extremely broad. It was just a bachelor's degree in an accredited institution, and to me, it just doesn't look right. At least you're making an attempt to list pertinent degrees, but still give yourself some flexibility to show it as a related field degree. What's critically important, and I just wanted to thank staff for what changes they did make, is the experience that you've included in this job description. And I think that, coupled with the degree, you're going to get an individual that can handle a position such as an assistant director. I mean, this is a leadership management position. I think it really requires somebody that has extensive experience and does have a degree. But certainly, I'm nervous, and I can't support when you don't add the or related field within that minimum category. So I would make a friendly amendment to include or related field in the minimum degree category, if there's a motion for that.
I guess I don't understand what that means, a
friendly
related
amendment to
field.
include or related field.
What related field, when you say
Ms.
related
Levinson,
field?
I'm not to debate the issue here, I'm just saying you've listed
No,
very
in order for me to
specific-
accept it, I'm asking, I don't
Right.
understand what it means.
You've listed very specific degrees, of which, I don't know, I may have, like you said, a degree in, education, but I
Marketing
happen
is
to
a
have,
business-related field.
but I may have some procurement experience, and I would fit perfectly with the district. If I had an education degree and extensive experience in procurement for whatever reason from somewhere else, I wouldn't qualify because I don't have a business or engineering, as you said, and I forgot what the third one was.
I'm using the ones that she had down here, engineering and supply chain management and logistics.
You didn't include the or related field in your comment.
Okay. I can't support it in my motion. I
Okay.
don't want someone who has an education degree being the assistant
No, I
director
don't want a
of
person that has
procurement.
an education degree.
But I'm just saying, the reason I can't is I want a
Oh.
business-related field, engineering or global supply management and logistics.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor, and then we can go back and bring another amendment if we choose to do that. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Ms. Corn?
So just clarifying, so we're business-related, engineering, supply chain management, logistics, period. The or related field is removed from that.
Is that your?
As
your
the minimum, correct.
Motion, Ms. Levinson, can you restate your motion?
Degree in business-related field, engineering or supply chain management and logistics.
So my question is when I look at this, I hear the language that's being said, and I know at the Huizinga School of Business, it encompasses public administration and all the disciplines of business, finance, accounting, all the disciplines of business leadership. But what I'm stuck with, are we saying a bachelor's or a master's? Because when I look at the salary of this position, I'm not comfortable with it being a bachelor's degree. So I'm just asking for clarity. I think that this is when you go to school and get a master's degree, you come out at a certain level of pay. I look at starting teachers' pay, but to come out of school with a bachelor's degree and right into a salary like this, if I'm looking at it correct, gives me a pause. Or are you saying the lesser degree requirement because of the experience? And it could be a balance. So that's what I need clarity on.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Osgood, for the question. So just for clarification purposes, though the title of this position is an assistant director, it is a salary band C, which is SMAP, which is a manager position. It just happens to have a title as an assistant director, but it is the same salary band as a C. I don't know to what extent the salary band C goes to. But for me, the most important thing is the years of experience, which 7 is not, in my opinion, a lot. I think you need much more than that. But mostly the certifications, which are the CPSM that are required. Having I would prefer a master's, a black belt would be ideal. So there's so many other things that constitute the requirements of this person. For sure, preferred would be a master's, but really it's the years of experience and the certifications and purchasing that are required.
And that makes sense from an organizational perspective. Thank you for answering that question. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Ms. Corn?
I agree that it would be a related field in that global logistics, X number of years ago wasn't something that necessarily, it fell under business. It didn't have its own. So to me, in, our hiring, we would be able to determine if something was related. And if it wasn't one of these specifically and we didn't have an opportunity to hire that person, to me, it's as a minimum, I would prefer it to say or a related field. So I agree with the definition of each of these. I would just prefer for it to say a related field.
Okay. Ms. Corn, would you say specifically the language that you're asking? Well,
I think Ms. Good already asked for the amendment to say exactly what Ms. Levinson said, but that at the end of where it says supply chain management and logistics, it would say or related field. And I know that the amendment on the floor was not accepted as that, so I was just explaining why. I'm not going to be able to support this, but I would like to support the same language by adding the related field.
Ms. Rupert?
Just a clarification. Mr. Levinson, it's business-related field? Where'd you go? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ms. Allardyce?
Just a point of clarification. Have we done this before in job descriptions by putting related field?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Allardyce.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Levinson, I'm going to ask you to state your amendment again, and we're going to vote on the amendment and move the item.
Under minimum qualifications, an earned bachelor's degree in business-related field, engineering, or supply chain management and logistics.
All in favor of that amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to have to do a roll call.
Ms. Leonardi?
Aye.
Ms. Murray? No. Mrs. Ahadev?
No.
Ms. Corn?
No.
Ms. Good?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
And Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
And Ms. Leonardi, one more time?
Yes.
Okay. 5-3 for the yes, 5 yeses and 3 noes.
Okay, thank you. So now back to the original item. Is there any other discussion on items PP1 or PP2? So all in favor of items double letter P1 and double letter P2 with the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Did we record those oppositions too? Okay. May I have a motion and a second to move item double R1 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Public input on double R1. Okay. Ms. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is another one we had great conversation during the planning agenda session. And I appreciate staff's follow-up in incorporating, I guess, the discussions that we had. And I actually appreciate the wording. So my only issue, and I couldn't recall in our conversations, was under section 2, where we discussed, we understand that the county strongly wanted moderate income housing to have full waiver of school impact fees, and then we discussed the opportunity to include very low income and low income in those in a development and afford that development the opportunity for a waiver. What I couldn't recall was if we said that it would be at 50% of a 50% waiver. I know that we're under section 2, we're affording 100% waiver for the existing low and very low income. I don't know, and I know that we've increased the cap, correct, Mr. Sullivan?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Good. We included 75,000 for.
So the cap before was?
I'm sorry, you're talking about the cap per project?
The entire cap that we had before, we increased it from?
370. It was 375, and now it's 450.
It's 450?
If you're talking about the waiver.
Okay, because I'm sorry, then I'm looking. What I have before me says 400. Give me 1 second. So are you looking at the red underline version?
I'm pulling up right now. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at section 2 in the resolution, where it goes from 375 to 450.
Okay, my apologies. The one that I had was the underlined version, and so I didn't. So we did go from 375 to 450, correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
the difference is the $75,000, which
right,
is for
and I support that. So, so I guess my only concern that I had left was, thank you, Madam Chair, was the issue of it being only 50% waiver, when I know that the county was pushing for it to just be included as part of the 100% waiver provision for, as it is with low to very low income.
Through the chair, we can, if it's the will of the board, we could mirror that to the full waiver for the moderate.
Again, I have no other opportunity to discuss with my colleagues. I would just try to minimize the discussion at the county commission level. As it is, they didn't even want to cap the amount of funds. They wanted to make it, full from very low to moderate income. And so I don't know, I wanted to just bring that up to my colleagues. I think that making it 50% is going to bring attention to our proposed amendment here. And it's my hope that they will pass it with our cap and the way that we've structured it to encourage low and very low income affordable housing, with inclusion of moderate housing incorporated into the development so that it attracts more development within this county. I know this entire board supports affordable housing. We're all spoken publicly about that. We provided this waiver provision to afford that opportunity in other years. they haven't even used the full allocation that we've provided for low and very low, because there's really not been that much low and very low development. It is my hope that by including the moderate component that, into a low and very low income development, that, we will have some good affordable housing within this county that could make this waiver provision of use. So I would just make a motion to change the 50% waiver to be, and I don't know how you would word it, I just want it to be included into the 100%. How would you structure it?
Through the
chair?
All you would have to do is make an amendment to change where it says 50% waiver to 100%.
So right now it reads that provides 100% waiver of school impact fees for residential units certified Broward County for very low and low. And then you have, and 50% waiver of school impact fees for residential units certified by Broward County moderate income. But they have to be, the moderate income has to be within a development that includes low and very low.
Correct. That's why it says mixed income development, which includes low and very low. So you'd have to change that 50 to 100 to mirror what you're asking for.
I'll make that motion. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert to make an amendment to change the 50% in section 2 to 100%. Does everybody see where we're at?
It's the fourth line in section 2.
Any public input on the amendment? Any board discussion? All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Wait, Ms. Levinson, I think had her hand up.
Okay, we had an amendment.
Okay.
We carried the item. Are you finished with your question?
Yes, I'm sorry, she had her hand up, I didn't know.
Right, I wanted
Okay.
to make sure you were finished, and then I was gonna acknowledge Ms. Levinson.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to interrupt us before we got voting. I apologize.
Before we voted on the whole item.
Okay,
Right,
I'm sorry, thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Levinson.
I support the amendment. I just wanted to make a comment on the whole item. I actually wanted to thank you, Ms. Good and Mr. Runcie, for your leadership with the Broward County Commission on trying to move this forward for our district, and also for your suggestion of the mixed income development. That was an excellent suggestion. As you mentioned, this board is for low and very low, and the county wanted us to include some moderate, and you figured out a way where we're still emphasizing low and very low. So thank you.
Now on the original motion with the friendly amendment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Dr. Neesmith, are there any other items left on the agenda?
Madam Chair, based on my records, you have exhausted all items on the agenda.
Okay. Now we transition to public speaking. Did we make a phone call to all the individuals that were listed?
Yes, Madam Chair, as each of you have received from me the speakers list, what you will see in red is the confirmation that we have called each speaker on the list, and that was the response that they provided to us of their intent to be present at the board, understanding that whether it's at 5 o'clock or immediately following the conclusion of the meeting, whichever came first.
Okay. So I'm going to call the list at this time. Okay. Mary Furtick. Sampson Borland. Okay. Sandra Nunes.
Good afternoon. Sandra Nunez, teacher from Hollywood Central Elementary. Today I want to talk about a topic that I have been whistleblowing since 2016. ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, accommodation seems to be a hot topic, yet it has been ignored for years. Mold, COVID-19, leaky roof, and smart board projects that looks like they were designed in a third world country. Before COVID-19, I had established and negotiated ADA accommodations as follows. I will continue to use an air purifying machine. The machine was missing. AC filters in my classrooms will be changed according to district standards. What district standards? The AC unit is faulty and has a valve that has to be manually manipulated. Classrooms will be clean as per district standards. Please take a look at this filthy, disgusting evidence. The schools are filthy, dirty, and not up to district standards, whatever that is. I will be permitted to wear a face shield in lieu of a mask. No comments about that. The schools are filthy. My school is undergoing smart bond third world country construction. Moldy black dust, asbestos, carcinogens flying all over the schools. None of the rooms undergoing constructions has been sealed to ensure the health and safety of students and teachers at Hollywood Central Elementary. This is not how a smart bond project should be conducted. The district violated every single previously established and negotiated accommodation, and I am afraid I am not the only one suffering. The ADA EEO department does not have enough power to handle thousands of ADA applications, nor do they care to do what's best for the employees. I recently got accommodated once I hired a lawyer, and it took me years to get an air purifying machine. Yet this board, I'm assuming, appointed what I call 12 apostles to handle thousands of ADA applications, and in order for me, I guess, to get an air purifying machine. We are in the middle of a pandemic called COVID-19, and the district has failed big time the students and the teachers who happen to be Americans protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act. This is the evidence right here. This is what we are inhaling every single day. Please fix it. The schools are not clean and they are not safe. And the fact that I don't have AC going on in our schools sometimes is shameful. Fix it.
Thank you. Ms. Kimberly Moorhorn. Dr. Neil Smith. Next, we have Desiree Grooms. Tyrone Carter. Brenda Lester. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, who knows better than to wait till 5 o'clock. So there is an article I read recently that I've been meaning to share with you for a bit. It's called The Allure of Toxic Leaders: Why We Follow Destructive Bosses and Corrupt Politicians and How We Can Survive Them. There are a number of takeaways here. From King Henry VIII to Jeff Skilling, the history of politics and enterprise is filled with destructive leaders who harm their organizations. While blaming amoral leaders for their foibles is easy, toxic bosses couldn't exist without their followers' compliance. Leadership requires followers. It is an interaction, not an action. Toxic leaders exploit their followers' psychological desires and fears. Humans have a basic psychological needs for authority, order, security, and belonging that leaders meet. Savvy leaders also recognize that individuals need to feel special. Often, toxic leaders offer a vision of overly simple solutions to complex problems. Followers who realize a leader's toxicity often feel powerless to unseat the tyrant. So what you want to do is seek non-toxic leaders who accept the valuable inconvenience of leadership. How do you know if someone's toxic? There are some distinct characteristics. Lack of integrity and honesty, lying to followers to bolster a powerful vision, outsized ambition that puts the leader's quest for glory above the well-being of others, egotism and arrogance that foster incompetence and corruption, actions that intimidate, demoralize, demean, and marginalize others, breaching opponents' and followers' basic human rights, and stifling criticism, holding tight to power by undermining potential successors. So they exploit followers' psychological needs, and I might not get to those specific, but I'll be happy to share the article with you. Dismissing and replacing toxic leaders. There's 5 strategies. Matriculating in the school of anxiety. Confront the fear and worry of challenging a toxic leader. Exercising courage will make you stronger. Seeking the leader within and strengthening democratic institutions. Become independent, use democracy to foster good leaders, and vote out bad ones. Demanding leaders who disillusion us. Toxic leaders spread false comfort through their visions. Instead, embrace reality and live up to the demands of authenticity. Kicking the vision habit and the we-they dichotomy, be willing to strive without being reassured that you are extra special and that a happy ending is in sight. Drafting the next generation of leaders, see leadership as a duty, not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Velez. That completes the list of names that I have. Dr. Neil Smith, do you have any of those persons that have submitted anything online, or do you have anything additional?
Madam Chair, there are 3 additional individuals that called in earlier today. The first one is David Fleischer. The next person is Rocco Diaz.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rocco Diaz, and you may notice that I've left my assigned seat as alternate advisor to speak to you today as a citizen. And I want to talk to you about an issue near and dear to my heart and near and dear to the hearts of teachers and students and parents who have seen many good teachers leave their schools. As many of you know, good teacher morale translates to high student performance, and therefore, I want to talk to you about an issue gravely affecting teachers in my school, Fort Lauderdale High School, and across the county. I'll be the second speaker to be talking to you about this today. So thousands of people have applied for ADA accommodations over the course of several years, but substantially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and some of these accommodations would allow teachers to teach from home, and others would make sure students are able to teach in conditions compatible for their health concerns while they're in school. And only 1,700 students, about half of those who applied, have been granted these accommodations. And as you probably know, 1,100 of these 1,700 have experienced, 1,100 of these 1,700 accommodations have expired. And I've asked Superintendent Runcie several times, sometimes politely and sometimes, I'll admit, not so politely, and asked HR Chief Alan Strauss to at least grant these accommodations to those remaining 1,100 teachers, as well as issue substantially more ADA accommodations than are being issued right now. And I maintain that there's no good reason to deny an ADA accommodation. There's no good reason to deny someone in fear of their life the right to have to go to school to work, especially when their job can be done from home. So I have a lot of criticism for all sides, the board, the staff, and the BTU. And I also have a lot of praise for all sides, the board, the staff, and the BTU. But what's right will always remain what's right. And therefore, My intention was never to take sides when I advocated for this issue in the past. My goal is to do the right thing and make sure that this district does the right thing and restores these accommodations as well as granting more. Thank you. That's the extent of my speech.
Thank you. Next, we have on the list Mr. Elijah Manley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. I want to address the Board a few concerns I have regarding the reopening of schools. First, I'd like to say that we should not reopen the schools and send teachers into harm's way before all the teachers are vaccinated against COVID-19. I strongly believe that. Teachers are not guinea pigs, and their lives are valuable. I understand that the state is forcing some of the school districts' hands on reopening, but it's my understanding that the districts have the power and the authority to ensure that medically vulnerable teachers are able to work from home. I believe that there have been thousands of ADA accommodations requested and many of them denied, and I believe that the district has the power and the authority to grant some of these accommodations, and they should. We do not want our students to get sick. We do not want our teachers and our support staff to get sick and take the virus home to their families and infect their families further. The principals are not and should not be the final arbiters on which teachers are and aren't exempt on returning to schools. Furthermore, these facilities are too disgusting to operate. In many schools, there are no AC, improper social distancing, and proper air circulation through the facilities. We should make sure that the facilities are up to par before we reopen the schools. I know that it's everyone's intention to ensure that all of our students and staff are safe, but we need to live up to that promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. John Escobar.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'm going to read his comment into the record.
Thank you.
Dear Superintendent and board members, my name is John Moreno Escobar. I'm a community activist and a parent. My comments today are around the plan that the district has for the FSA testing. Do we have a plan? As you might know, the state's education commissioner just extended the time for the test, but made it clear that it must be done individually. We have many parents and guardians who have fear and pre-existing conditions and will not take their kids to school. What is the plan? Also, I would like to ask about the teachers' ADA accommodations. Can someone from the board or maybe the superintendent provide the community with the updated number? Last time we knew that more than 1,000 teachers returned to the classroom with a pre-existing condition, and only 600 could extend their accommodations to work from home. Any updates? Lastly, the community is concerned about a student who used to come to these meetings and suddenly disappeared from the meetings, even from social media. We are concerned about this. I personally would like to ask the superintendent and the board members to find out what happened with Andrew Grubb. Thank you, gracias. And again, that's Ms. Moreno's comment. Madam Chair, if I may, just for transparency's sake, so that there's no misunderstanding or confusion by the public, as you know, I monitor the public comments email. I received 2 comments last night. However, the moment I received those comments, I responded back to the individuals that submitted them, asking for clarification of which date and the purpose of their comment, and I have yet to receive a response back. So I just wanted that to be clear, just in case they heard the public comments and realized that the comments were not read into the record.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to go back because I've been informed that some individuals have arrived and they've taken the time to come and they were on the list and we're here. I think that it is appropriate to allow them to speak. I'm going to call first Ms. Kimberly Mulhorn.
Thank you so much. How's everyone doing today?
Ms. Mulhorn, if you
Yes.
would just state your name for the record and your address.
Sure. My name is Kimberly Burke Mulhorn. My address is 6965 Northwest 19th Court in Margate, Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairs, Superintendent Ronci, and board members, I pray all is well with your families. Again, my name is Kimberly Burke Mulhorn. I'm a parent of Blanche Ely High School student, alumni of Blanche Ely. I'm here pleading with you for new leadership at Blanche Ely High School. I acknowledge that Dr. Johnson has done some great things as the principal of Blanche Ely. However, he has been at EHS since 2008. I feel his leadership has run its course, and we need a fresh, new leadership perspective to take Blanche Ely to the next level. As a parent, community member, alumni, there is a huge disconnect between our current leadership and community. There have been several heated exchanges between Dr. Johnson and community members, several community forums to discuss our
Ms.
concerns.
Mulholland,
Yes.
could you stop her time? Could you help me? Instead of saying Dr. Johnson, can you say the principal of Ely?
Okay.
That way it helps me stay within our rules that I need to operate in.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
thank you.
Several community forums to discuss our concerns in his decision-making and hostile behavior towards teachers, coaches, and students. We need new leadership. After meeting with the principal, along with other members of the community, we were given deliberate misinformation concerning our nursing program, band uniforms, and refusal to hire qualified alumni as teachers. We need new leadership. I know we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I feel it is always the right time to restore trust, honesty, morals, standards, and mutual respect to our leadership team at Blanche Ely. We want a leader from our community that desires to put the children first, respect teachers, preserve our community collaboration, academic excellence, rich traditions, and a winning spirit that has been lost under our current leadership. We need new leadership. Will you please help us? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ms. Brenda Lester. Is Ms. Lester here? She's not here? Okay, Mr. Rod Velez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rod Velez. My address is 2522 North 28th Avenue, Hollywood, Florida, 33020. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Broward County Public School System. And first, I'd like to say, I'd like to talk about students' regression. There are thousands and thousands of our students that have fallen behind on your watch. You created Ask Bria to help with homework, but it hasn't been enough. You are suggesting summer school, but both teachers and students are burnt out from this year. You want them to give up their summer break? It's not a good idea. Why not set up a district-wide peer-to-peer tutoring system whereby students, for example, our Cambridge students, can earn serviced hours providing free online support to help other students get back on track? This is just one example of how we can think outside of the box to use the community to help the community. Second, what are you doing to prepare for the 21-22 school year? Based on experience from last summer, we know that the lack of planning and being reactive can lead to poor results. We will not have reached herd immunity by summer. So what's your plan to bring students and teachers back into the classrooms and make them feel safe? Third, what point is this going to, at what point is this board going to choose accountability as their motto? It should have been a New Year's resolution after last semester's results. Yet, instead, you choose more of the same old song and dance policies. We have adults on committees that stand before you reporting and advocating justice for our kids in schools. And when you try to take away their freedom of speech, we question your motives and lack of transparency. I have had the honor of listening to Raymond, Rocco, and Andrew since the summer of 2020. Even though I may not have agreed with everything that they said, I listened to them in awe and respected their opinion. They are our future leaders, And we need to respect them, and they are still children and students. Regardless, sometimes I forget that they are students just because they're so far beyond their years. So, which leads me to ask, we, the people, there's a lot of people that have been asking on social media, where is Andrew Grubb? Why has he been silenced?
Thank you. Is Ms. Lester here yet?
Madam Chair, I believe Desiree Grooms is here.
Okay, and is that our 10th speaker?
That makes only 7. We'll not factor in those that are not present.
Okay. Can we have Desiree come forth at this time, please? Ms. Desiree Grooms? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Superintendent Runcie, Madam Chair, and the rest of the school board members, as well as faculty and staff. Plainly put, do you want my address?
Yes, please.
Okay, 156 Northwest 15th Place, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060.
Could you stop her time for a minute? Okay. Could you proceed, and can we start her time now, please? Thank you.
Okay, plainly put, I am here to request new leadership at Blanche Ely High School. The current leadership has done some very good things there, but now we feel like it's time for a change. We need new and innovative leadership to move Blanche Ely into the future. The school should be a place where students can learn and teachers can teach without worrying about a leader who believes in leading by using fear and intimidation, not by showing the respect that all are due. There are numerous of examples, and we can get into those later. The examples of the kind of intimidation and overbearing behavior has been on display for a while by the current leader. The list goes on and on, where there has been blatant misinformation, threats, and misuse of Broward County Schools' time and resources. The current leadership is no longer a fit we need for the students, staff, or community. We need someone from the community who understands the legacy and family nature that was instilled in our school from the beginning. It has been lost under the current leadership. There are many people in our community who want to assist with the nurturing and success of the students as well as the school. However, these efforts have been continuously blocked by the school leader, and others won't do anything until the current leader is gone. We will put our full support behind someone who will nurture a positive environment where our students will thrive and our teachers will have love entering the building, knowing they are appreciated. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you to make our endeavor successful.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Tyrone Carter that's here? Yes. Okay. Mr. Carter, as soon as he's done cleaning the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tyrone Carter.
Tell us your address.
Huh?
Your address.
I'm from Pompano Beach, Florida. My address is 2840 Hammondville Road. My grandma Mamie raised me there. Now, I'm a alumni of Ely. Miss Ely, it was Blanche Ely first. And I graduated on the Ely High. I found out when they closed and they reopened it They will only let us open it if it's go under Ely. Well, I know Miss Blanche Ely, she worked so hard. Because I know it takes a queen to make a king, and I know I'm one. The system told me 2 things gonna happen to me. From 7 years old to 11 years old, dead or jail. They took me away from my mama at 7 years old. She had 5 kids at the age of 22. I wore 22 on my chest for my mother, because she couldn't know. I realized something. I don't want to be combative. I want to be the answer to the solution. So what I have right here is for all of y'all to let you know I left the state of Minnesota. They told me 2 things gonna happen to me. I'm a 2-time All-American. I'm a Jim Thorpe Award winner, given to the best defensive back in college football. I'm not the biggest, but I know one thing, my work ethic. I don't want these kids to cut corners. So I don't want to take your time because you only give me 3 minutes. But they told me 2 things gonna happen to me, dead or jail. Well, I'm a 2-time world champ with a degree. Also, they said it'll never happen. It'll never be an African-American president in this world. I worked so hard to show them it's not what you say about me, it's what I say about myself. Now, we could talk all we want to, but the key thing is, if you look at 2020, our young kids that died at an all-time rate high. I've been in Minnesota for 8 years. I lost 8 kids in 8 years, but I lost 5 since March. I've been protesting all year that I had to come back home to my soil because I'm looking on the outside like most of you guys look at Pompano Beach from the outside in. I want you to understand our kids. They don't pick their parents. They don't pick the environment they're raised up in. But we as adults, community activists, government, and state are obligated to do what's best for the kids. Take the I out and get we. I'm here to help Pompano get back that strong tradition like Miss Ely did. And that's enough. I got everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Is Ms. Brenda Lester here?
Should I leave this here for y'all to give to them? Or what I do with this?
Staff will take it.
Everybody have the top 9 on the board that I got.
Dr. Neil Smith, could we
Everybody
get
have that.
the box, please? Is Ms. Lester here, Brenda Lester?
Thank you for your time.
What about Sampson Borgelin or Mary Furtick? Okay. If those individuals are not here, that ends our public speaking time for today. And we're going to move to see that if the board has anything they want to discuss at this time for us to bring back the future workshops. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I asked in a workshop, and I just want to follow up, what are we doing in the situation where we have teachers who have taken a leave or retired and we don't have substitutes or new teachers? Are we allowing those teachers to come back remote? I keep being told that we would circle back and talk about it, but I have not heard anything.
Mr. Ronci?
Yes, Ms. Hickson. So we reviewed that situation, and what I would say is that we have, hundreds of teachers that would be in that situation. If we were to open that up, we'd have to open it up to all of them, and that would basically put us back in the situation we were in the fall.
But I just want to reiterate, I struggle with students. I mean, I know, but I want to say it publicly because we have students who don't have a sub or a teacher, so I'm personally okay with hundreds of them coming back remotely. I know we have a letter from the DOE that says, face-to-face should look a certain way, but I think that as a school board, we should want our students to have a teacher, and if in some instances it has to be remote, it's better than them not having a teacher at all. So I will keep pushing that because it bothers me to the core.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
I just want to echo Ms. Hickson's concerns. We've gotten lots of emails from students and parents where there are students without substitutes, without teachers because they've taken a leave. For me, that's unacceptable.
Ms. Corn?
Thank you. Twofold. My first one will just be in response. Can we get a number from the schools in terms of how many open positions we have where this is an issue? Like, I think we need to have an understanding of, is this a significant issue across the district?
Yeah,
Is a
we'll
handful
provide you with
we've-
that number. So, I mean, because when you read emails and you get calls, it makes it seem that sometimes it's very different than it actually is. So we will provide you some numbers. I'll bring them to the workshop next week.
Okay, and I know at the last meeting, I think I had asked, what resources, in addition to what we're already doing at the district, might we
Yes.
be able to do in terms of some troubleshooting in those areas? The other issue I was going to bring up separately, but it actually is kind of a puddle jump to this, is our pool of substitutes. And where we stand with the number of available substitutes. I have to tell you that I've had parents, and in fact, my own children have experienced where their teacher, their online teacher, is not available to teach their class.
Right.
And there is no substitute, they're just not there for the class, and then they're given schoolwork for that hour.
Right.
So, or classwork for that hour. So I'd like to know, and I've been told, well, there's no substitutes to fill in. So I'd just like to know where we stand with that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we'll follow up, and I know Mrs. Strauss wants to say anything, but that's another ongoing issue that's out there with some of the online, is that, I mean, you can have situations where teachers are just off for like an hour or so doing something else, and, we're trying to figure out how to deal with that too. So again, we have to try to go balance all this out in a way that we can provide the best benefit for the largest number of students. Through the chair, Mr. Strauss, did you have anything you'd like to add at the moment?
Yeah, I would just add that Ms. Rockelman and her staff are trying to onboard as many substitutes as possible. They did a substitute training a week ago, so we are cognizant that, just like many other workforce individuals that were on our list to be substitutes have decided that they don't, they do not want to continue in the role of substitutes. So we are trying to onboard additional individuals that are interested in doing the substitutes. At the same time, we're also filling in those individuals that are choosing to take leave with interim subs, so that also then takes away from the pool of daily subs as well. So it's a combination of those two things, and we are trying to attract as many substitutes into our district as possible as we move forward through this.
Through the chair, if I could, just to follow up, and again, I don't want to have a long discussion here, but Mr. Renzi, when you bring that back to us, when we're talking about that we're onboarding, if you could just have staff share specifically what some of those outreach efforts are to attract people who may not have thought about substituting in the past. We know where unemployment is these days, and so it just may be a path that others may not have explored before. So if you could just share at that meeting, not now, what are some of the things we've done in terms of outreach to make sure that this availability of positions is there and recruiting?
Okay. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I wanted to support Ms. Hickson's request. I absolutely 100% agree with that. And when we're talking about our teachers and in the substitute pool there, I know we have to follow the rules for operational and educational obligations. There has to be like a sweet spot where they both can come together. So there has to be a way, perhaps having parents sign a release that says, instead of being in a giant auditorium and doing packets, we choose for our child to be taught online with their AP teacher or with their IB teacher, because they're not going to get the same education from a substitute week after week after week when the AP teacher who is on leave or who is medically getting help as well is perfectly able to teach from home. So I don't know what that looks like. I just think there has to be a way for us to come together and try to make that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Allardyce?
Thank you, and I support what Mrs. Hickson said regarding the teachers, and also what Ms. Korn said as far as getting the data so we can make a decision as a board. I think it's a great idea. Also, I wanted to just say that I think we also need to look at paying the substitute teachers more money when they work, and they don't have a group to be their advocates. Like the board, we're really their voice for them. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, Ms. Allardyce, we've talked about that before, and I can say I did find it encouraging last night listening at President Biden, who was giving attention to this and who stated that this is a national problem with having students. From my end, what I'm getting is just a little different. The parents want the kids at school, but they want the teacher there. So the remote learning piece, there's a struggle and a challenge. They're not open to that. So I think as we've had a conversation today, or we've all expressed, it says that there is an issue, and we know that we went into COVID with the teacher shortage. Again, this is something that I feel we need to bring forth and discuss so we can use some adaptive problem solving, so we can all sit around and discuss this with data so we can make data-driven decisions. And we have a case, a recent hearing from a judge that plays into it all together. But I believe if we put all those things together, we can collectively come up with some avenues that will move us forward with teachers and students and parents in different segments of the communities. They have different preferences. Some of them have to go to work. They want kids face-to-face in school. Online learning has not worked for them. So there creates a demand for individuals, teachers, and all the other individuals in the schools to be in the school face-to-face. There are others who have the direct response, and they don't mind the online learning. So it's not something that's black and white, but it is something, Ms. Hickson, that I'm glad that you keep bringing up, that we're going to have to speak to and address. And I'm going to ask Dr. Wanza, this is kind of the space that you're leading right now, if you have any additional comment.
Oh, I thought y'all ready to go home. Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. The only thing I will add, so it's certainly a concern for everyone. I can tell you that daily between Dr. Hickman, Mr. Gold, and myself, we redeploy staff to schools. In fact, I have one department that has given up 5 staff members permanently to a school for the rest of the school year. And we will figure out how that work gets done. And I just want to, thank Dr. Hickman's staff personally, because each time there's another layer that, we just take care of, that when something happens, and even when the teacher is able to, has to quarantine because of something outside of school, and the teacher is still able to work remotely, somebody still has to watch the class. And yes, it's not, it's not the person delivering instruction, but it is a body that the school does not have. And so Dr. Hickman's team, Mr. Gold's team, we've all been very responsive. We have a running, database. So Mr. Wright said we will have the data for you, where we have either redeployed or redirected central office staff into classroom positions for the remainder of the school year, where we have been able to secure interim subs for the remainder of the school year, and then where there may be 1 or 2 other gaps that we are still working on.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza. Does anyone else have anything they would like to address or add? No? Thank you. That concludes today's meeting. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, ladies.